House will be in order. The House will be in order, and the chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. There it is.
Thank you. The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 11th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Bost to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alter recognition between the parties and the time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and minority whip, are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall the debate go beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the woman from Pennsylvania, Miss Scanlon, for 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people expect Congress to address the issues they care about. Kitchen table issues like being able to afford prescription drugs or get a good-paying job, and addressing the gun violence that's plaguing our neighborhoods. But instead of getting to work for the American people, House Republicans, held hostage by MAGA extremists, spent their first week engaging in power struggles and brawls and political stunts. Instead of lowering costs for American families, they voted to help wealthy tax cheats and greedy corporations avoid paying their fair share of taxes, a move that would raise the federal deficit by over $100 billion. Instead of creating better-paying jobs, they launched a new committee to chase down conspiracy theories and settle scores for the disgraced, twice-impeached former president. Instead of working to make our communities safer, they doubled down on their crusade to criminalize women's health care and end reproductive rights across this country. The party that once claimed to stand for family values has no interest in solving the most pressing issues facing American families. I'm disappointed, but never discouraged. No matter what political stunts House Republicans pull, my colleagues and I will remain focused on delivering for the people we represent. We'll keep working to create better-paying jobs and opportunities for our children, to lower costs for families, and to make our communities safer. Mr. Speaker, as political violence rises in our country and abroad, our nation's leaders should be united in condemning political violence in all forms, as well as the vile rhetoric that fuels it. From Charlottesville to Pittsburgh to El Paso, we've seen the tragic results when lies spill blood and words echo as gunshots. These attacks ripple through communities, stealing innocent lives, traumatizing survivors, and inflicting pain on those left behind. The underlying drivers of domestic violent extremism, anti-government sentiment, racism, misogyny, and anti-Semitism are constant as threats and attacks move from one community to the next. We all have a moral responsibility to combat this scourge of hateful rhetoric, to ensure that every American can live free from bigoted speech and hate-fueled violence. But the resolution presented by Republicans today continues that pattern of stoking grievances and chaos in our communities, rather than helping our communities work together to ensure domestic tranquility. Their resolution is far from a clean condemnation of political violence. By condemning only vandalism and violence against anti-abortion facilities, it gives tacit approval to the far more frequent attacks against abortion clinics and other medical centers disfavored by the radical right. Political violence is never the answer. I look forward to working with our colleagues across the aisle when they're ready to take seriously the very real threat of political violence, condemning such violence in all forms, rather than using this issue to stir up more division, chaos, and ultimately more violence. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our post-secondary education system is in dire straits. Reforms are more necessary now than ever. To start with, income-driven repayment plans have left millions of borrowers trapped under a mountain of interest. Many of these borrowers have done everything right. They've been faithful to make their monthly payments, yet years later find they have made little to no progress on their principal. This can be extremely frustrating, especially for those who realize they have already paid back the original cost of the loan. This is the kind of problem that needs to be fixed. It's critical that we address the structural problems that plague our post-secondary education financing system for the students of tomorrow. But it is also crucial that we address the problems it has caused for the students who have already been harmed today. That is why House Republicans put in the work and offered a solution that fixes this broken system. That solution begins with the Real Reforms Act. This legislation protects the interest of students and taxpayers by providing targeted relief for borrowers currently struggling while implementing lasting reforms to ensure it doesn't happen to future borrowers. This legislation also implements reforms to simplify the number of repayment options and caps unlimited graduate lending while ensuring college remains accessible and affordable to all Americans, regardless of their financial circumstances. It also saves taxpayers billions by eliminating runaway forgiveness programs that disproportionately benefit wealthier households. Together, these reforms will lower the cost of college for students, families, and taxpayers. In contrast, President Biden's radical student loan bailout will exacerbate tuition inflation while encouraging students to go deeper into debt. Blanket loan cancellation to the tune of $400 billion and enacting retroactive free college by expanding what were intended to be limited safety nets is fiscally irresponsible and morally indefensible. Republicans and Democrats agree on the problems, and we must come together to work towards a solution. For example, everyone agrees that post-secondary education should provide students and taxpayers a positive return on investment. And there's bipartisan consensus that the cost of non-repayment can no longer fall squarely on taxpayers. For far too long, colleges have been more focused on getting students in the door and have paid little mind to what happens once they're there or once they leave. And again, there's bipartisan consensus that this too needs to change. It's time for Congress to come together and fix the mess created by these failed policies. My Republican colleagues and I stand ready to work with the President and congressional Democrats to do so. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans remain undeterred in our mission to protect the sanctity of human life and the rights of the unborn. Today, we will pass the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act and H. Con. Res. 3, which condemns violence against pro-life institutions and groups. By passing these two pieces of legislation, we are fulfilling the commitment we made to the American people to preserve a future that's built on freedom. Over the last 2 years, the American people witnessed unprecedented attacks, both on the unborn and those who stand for life. Today, we are turning that tide. House Republicans are sending a unified message to the entire country and the world. Our new House majority stands for life. I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 5 minutes and to ask unanimous consent to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the devastating impacts of droughts and of floods that have been exacerbated in part by climate change in California, but also around the country and around the world. California is being battered with major storms bringing flooding and high winds across our state. Normally, we need the water, not quite at this level and at this measure. We need to be taking advantage, though, of the heavy precipitation to shore up our water supplies, to fill our state's critical reservoirs and recharge our aquifers that have been depleted not only over decades, but the last 3 years as a result of extreme drought. The fact is, California gets most of its moisture, unlike parts of the country, in November to March. If we don't get it then, we don't get it at all. The acceleration of the cycle of droughts and floods caused by climate change and more demands on California's water system, more people, more needs, have made it more difficult for farmers to put food on America's dinner table. I know, I'm a third-generation farmer. Now the ongoing storms and floods threaten to damage our crops. California's San Joaquin Valley, which I represent a part of, grows nearly a quarter of the United States' food and is bearing the brunt of it all since 2019. Farmland in California has shrunk by 10%, resulting in over 750,000 acres fallowed. Nearly 12,000 agricultural jobs were lost statewide, representing a 2.8% decline. A total of 1.3 million acres were left unplanted compared to 2019, most of it in the San Joaquin Valley, sadly. And we see that example here. And the surface water deliveries in the valley were cut by nearly 43%, a complex state and federal water system. 0% were to agricultural allocations. You can't grow water, you can't grow food without water. Our farmers feed the world, and they can't do that with a reliable water supply. 44% of California's agriculture is exported. Last year, Congress enacted the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest infrastructure investment since the Eisenhower administration. These projects must be accelerated to develop additional water storage, expand access to water for farmers in the valley and throughout the state. In these efforts, we secured $1.5 billion for Western agricultural water storage, an important first step. $25 million for the San Luis Delta Mendota Authority, which increases 130,000 acre-feet of additional water storage. $30 million for Sites Reservoir to pursue off-storage stream that will provide 1.5 million acre-feet of water. $82 million for Los Vasqueros Reservoir that will expand another 115,000 acre of additional storage, and $15 million to construct the Del Porto Canyon Reservoir, another 82,000 acre-feet of off-stream storage. If all of those would be in place today, that would be 2 million additional acre-feet of additional water supply for California during these flood times. Unfortunately, these projects are not built. We must get about that business. The investments, along with the ongoing Bryant-Kern Canal construction already underway, shows that we can and will improve our water system to sustain our future with climate change and other factors. For decades, sadly, we did not make these investments, and we need to do so to protect our communities and farmland against extreme weather events for our country and for the world. Water will rival energy in the next 10 years as to whether or not nation states can live together amicably. It's critical. Finally, we took a large step by investing in this bipartisan infrastructure. But the flooding that we see here obviously is our current ongoing problem. Our federal agencies must work quickly. We must use all the inner water tools in our water toolbox to prevent future disasters like this from destroying our state, and for other water basins, the Colorado River, the Mississippi River, all of these are known to periodic flooding and periodic droughts. We must act now. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to celebrate the life and legacy of Bill Steiner, who devoted his career to making Orange County a better place. He held many elected positions, serving on the Orange Unified School District School Board, the Orange City Council, and the Orange County Board of Supervisors. However, his true passion was his work for children. Mr. Steiner founded the Orangewood Children's Home in Orange and the Good Samaritan Boys Home in Corona. He also served on the board of directors for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for over 16 years. While we miss him dearly, his legacy lives on, and his organizations will have an untold impact on countless children. He's also an active member of Rotary Club Orange. In that capacity, Mr. Steiner epitomized the motto, service above self, and we're all better because of his tireless work. We will miss him dearly. Today, I rise to celebrate the incorporation date of the city of Villa Park. Villa Park, known as the Hidden Jewel, was incorporated on this day in 1962, but was first settled around 1860. Despite being the smallest incorporated city in California's 48th district in both land and population, Villa Park has an outsized impact on our community. It is home to 4 public schools and is known for its charitable organizations and programs such as Villa Park Rotary Club, Villa Park Women's League, and the Marine Thanksgiving Program. Villa Park's quiet neighborhoods, tree-lined streets, and low income rate makes this city an excellent place to live. As your representative, I am committed to doing all I can to help Villa Park continue to be a haven for families and workers striving toward their American dream. Happy 61st birthday, Villa Park. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize Korean American Day. Since the first Korean immigrants arrived in January 13, 1903, Korean Americans have made their mark from sea to shining sea and have found success in the classroom, the workplace, and even right here in Congress to make our nation a better place. As one of the first Korean American women to serve in Congress, and as an immigrant from South Korea, today I reflect on the sacrifices my family have made in the aftermath of the Korean War to have the chance at a better life here in the United States. I remain grateful for those who came before me and paved the way for someone like me to have a seat at the table. And I will always fight for freedom and opportunity for all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the extreme anti-abortion agenda that my colleagues on the other side are advancing, despite the clear opposition across our country. In November, Mr. Speaker, access to abortion care was on the ballot, and the American people rejected the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe and refused to allow far-right extremists to take away their right to bodily autonomy. Voters in Vermont, in the Speaker's home state of California, and in my home state of Michigan, codified abortion rights in their state constitution. And voters in Montana, as well as Kentucky, where Senator Mitch McConnell's home state is, rejected attempts to restrict their access to reproductive freedom. Still, we are here advancing. They are advancing a policy agenda to criminalize abortion nationwide with no exceptions for rape or incest. Let me be clear, abortion bans impact and endanger the lives of many of our residents, including those that live with disabilities. We will have many fights ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to hold the line to push back against policy violence that those that want to continue to inflict on the American people with the extreme right agenda. We will continue, my colleagues and I, to mobilize and organize a movement to secure reproductive justice across our nation. And I will continue to fight like hell until abortion rights are restored as the law of the land. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the only Palestinian American serving in the United States Congress. I feel a strong responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to humanize the Palestinian people who are living under increasingly oppressive and racist apartheid policies. 2002 was one of the deadliest in memory for Palestinians. Dozens of children were killed by the government of Israel, and many were targeted. Groups like DCI Palestine, who monitor these killings, were targeted. We cannot look away, Mr. Speaker, and gaslight the oppressive and violent policies towards the Palestinian people who are experiencing right now, literally taking away their human dignity and their right to be able to freely live and raise their children without this type of targeting. We can't keep handing over billions each year to an apartheid state violating human rights. And now we are dealing with a far-right government there now promising to make things worse. And they're not even hiding it, Mr. Speaker. They are intentionally saying exactly what they're going to continue to do, which is the status quo, and again, making it very dangerous for Palestinians to live and thrive. No person, not one Palestinian, Israeli, anyone, deserves to suffer or die for who they are, what they believe, or where they were born. The sooner we end unconditional support for Israel's apartheid government, the sooner we can begin making good on that belief. Today, I'm thinking of my Siti, my grandmother, who deserves to have human dignity. She should not be denied of who she is solely because she was born Palestinian, to be able to feel safe and to be able to have human rights. I am also thinking today, Mr. Speaker, of the Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh and the countless Palestinians who deserve to live, but whose lives were cut short. Thank you again for at least trying to listen and hear from someone that, again, is connected to so many folks on the ground there that, again, deserve to be seen and heard in this chamber. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the powerful winter storm systems that are currently impacting my district and much of the state of California. Rainfall in recent weeks has been several times above average, which along with severe winds has had devastating and cascading impacts. This includes flooding, including in Folsom and in Lincoln, avalanches and mudslides. The Tahoe area and Mono County are currently under avalanche warning, and there are localized mudslides occurring in Plumas County. There have been road closures from downed trees, hundreds of downed trees that have disrupted travel plans, power outages affecting roughly 345,000 Californians and 4,500 people in the 3rd District, and hundreds of school closures, including all schools in the Lake Tahoe Unified District. There have also tragically been at least 17 deaths in the state, including 5 in the Sacramento area. I want to extend my most sincere sympathy to everyone who has been affected, who has been harmed, and whose lives have been disrupted. I also want to extend my most heartfelt gratitude to all of the first responders who are working tirelessly to mitigate these impacts and to protect life and property. My office is working to assure the greatest measure of federal assistance is available to the affected communities. FEMA has issued an emergency declaration for most counties in California now, including Placer, Sacramento, El Dorado, and Yuba. My office is in constant communication with FEMA, and I've spoken personally to FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, who briefed me on the State Operations Center in California. We're also in close contact with local authorities, including members of the Board of Supervisors in affected counties, and continue to closely monitor developments as more storms are expected. Mr. Speaker, California now finds itself in both a flood emergency and a drought emergency at the same time. That absurdity underscores a fundamental failure of governance. Citizens are told to take shorter showers. Farmers are told to fallow their fields. All the while, they watch water flow abundantly into the ocean. An estimated 8 billion gallons of water from these storms will flow into the ocean in the Los Angeles basin alone. Cycles of wetness and dryness are nothing new to our state. Joan Didion in 1977 wrote, "California summers were characterized by the coughing in the pipes that meant the well was dry, and California winters by all-night watches on rivers about to crest." Yet since that time, we have done little to build the storage capacity that is needed to stabilize our water supply. That's why I'm co-sponsoring the Water for California Act to expand our storage capacity. We must also strengthen our flood defenses to be better prepared for extreme weather events in the future. But our focus right now is on the days ahead. These storms are impacting different areas very differently, so it's important to be closely attuned to the advisories of your local government. On my website, we have a comprehensive emergency contacts document that constituents in affected areas can access for resources and phone numbers. You can find it at kiley.house.gov. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wilson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard the women of Congress come to the floor one by one to tell their personal stories about abortion. I'm a very private person, and I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to relive the most painful time in my entire life. But yesterday, I read these startling statistics about my state. Yes, the great state of Florida, the beautiful sunshine state with all the beaches and the theme parks and the immigrant-rich communities, my Florida, my state. If abortion is banned nationwide, Florida will be the most impacted state, seeing maternal deaths increase by 29%. That's the mother. The nation will see a 24% increase in maternal death with a disproportionate 39% rise in maternal mortality for Black women. All I ever wanted since I was a little girl was plenty of children that I could love and cuddle and raise to greatness. That was the school principal in me even back then. So after getting married in 1968, I would soon become a mother-to-be. It was the joy of my life. I was ecstatic. My husband was walking on the clouds. My husband and I would touch my stomach all the time just to feel the movement of our baby boy and the glory of a life growing inside of me. It was amazing. Then at 7 months, the baby stopped moving. He was soon pronounced dead, right inside of my womb, and the doctor was prohibited by law from inducing labor. I had to learn how, first of all, to handle the immense grief that comes with losing a child and the fact that the corpse of that child was still within me. I cried every night and all day. My little body was wretched with pain, weakness, and frailty. I lost 50 pounds. I would crawl into a fetal position in my mother's lap most of the day and in my husband's most of the night. I beg you, I plead you, we can't go back. Lord, have mercy. Please have mercy on women like me. I almost died. As the days became weeks and the weeks became months, the baby began to disintegrate and the flesh from the corpse began to fill into my bloodstream. I was at risk for toxic shock. Poison was flowing through my grief-stricken little body. At 8.5 months, I went into labor, hard, painful labor, and what was left of the baby Wilson boy was born. Oh, what a day. Oh, what pain, oh, what grief, oh, what despair, oh, what suffering. After 3 days, I left the maternity ward in a wheelchair, empty-handed, no baby, no nothing. I watched other mothers and families celebrate their newborns while I grieved and cried. We had a small graveside burial for baby boy Wilson, and the doctors were so afraid that I would also have had to have a graveside burial. Do not take us back to the days before Roe v. Wade. Everyone who needs reproductive health care is different. Abortion does not only apply to women who have decided for themselves they're not ready to have a child. Abortion affects women who are at risk of facing medical emergency, life-altering emergencies, and death. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, let the women march on and on till victory is won. You cannot put young childbearing women at risk because of the group of ludicrous, hateful majority male congressmen who have no idea what it feels to even bear the pain of childbirth or even have the courage to carry a child for 9 months, who take pride in monitoring women's vaginas. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you. May God help you find it in your heart to hear my story and never wish that kind of pain and the grief that I experienced on another living soul. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer perspective on the purpose and mission of this 118th Congress.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm honored to speak here on the House floor for the first time. I'm the first nuclear submarine veteran to serve in the United States House of Representatives in the last 50 years, and only the second in our nation's history. One particular submarine patrol, we pulled into Pearl Harbor to take World War II veterans out to sea with us for the day. By naval tradition, we stood at attention and saluted the USS Arizona as we passed by. One part of the experience we shared with these veterans was to demonstrate the tremendous pressure of the ocean. In the control room, with the periscopes, we would tie a string from one side of the hull to the other, about the width of this rostrum behind me. Our submarine's hull is made of high-strength steel to keep the water out and the crew safe. On the surface, this string would be taut like a guitar string and would sit about a foot off the deck. But as we submerged our boat, the pressure of the sea would compress the hull, and that string would begin to droop. And by the time we reached many hundreds of feet below the ocean, that string would lay flat on the deck, the incredible pressure of the ocean visible for everyone to see. Now, like that submarine that I served on, America is under tremendous pressure. And like that string sitting on the deck, we can all see it. It's inflation. It's the border. It's the lawlessness of our federal agencies. And it's clear that our nation is in trouble. The failed policies of the current administration are only taking us deeper and deeper. And now, with a Republican majority led by Speaker McCarthy, we have the leadership for this critical moment in time. In 1963, the nuclear submarine, the USS Thresher, was conducting engineering trials off of Cape Cod when they encountered an engineering problem. The crew was able to bring the boat to within 100 feet of the surface, but they lost their battle as the submarine descended below what's called the crush depth. All hands were lost. Americans have voted for a Republican majority in this House to reverse the policies of the current administration and to start to relieve the pressure that is all around us. The commitment to America is exactly that plan for exactly that purpose: to unite this chamber and to lead America back to safer waters. You know, a typical submarine crew would be about a quarter of the number of seats in this chamber. So imagine for a moment that many people together in a steel tube, hundreds of feet below the ocean, for months at a time. Now, I've spent 500 days at sea, and I can tell you that after so many days, not everyone on the boat's going to like each other. But you know, the thing about submarines is that there's no easy way off. No matter what we think of each other, at the end of the journey, we arrive in the same place together. So let's talk about where we want to end up. For starters, when something is broken on the submarine, you don't scuttle the boat with the crew aboard. You keep fighting to fix what's broken, triaging critical systems, and getting the boat to a safe depth. And that's exactly what we witnessed last week as we chose Speaker McCarthy. He has been chosen to restore faith in this chamber and to unite our party. Freedom is a fragile thing, and we saw that under Democrats' one-party rule. A strong Republican conference is key to securing a better future for our children, our grandchildren, and for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce the Restoring Normalcy in America Act. In a little over a week, we will be 3 years past the first recorded case of COVID-19 in the United States. and over 2 years since the COVID-19 vaccine has been available, thanks to its rapid development under Operation Warp Speed. Despite the time elapsed, President Biden and his administration continues to prolong the pandemic, promoting policies that are destroying our economy, burdening small businesses, and hurting Kansas families. Just yesterday, the NFIB announced that their Small Business Optimism Index declined 2.1 points in December, making it the 12th consecutive month below their 49-year average. And the December jobs report was the worst of 2022 and the worst during the entirety of the Biden administration so far. And with out-of-control spending in the name of COVID relief, rampant inflation has made real average hourly earnings fall 1.9% since last year, the 20th month in a row that inflation has outpaced wage growth following the implementation of the so-called American Rescue Plan in March of 2021. While Washington was under total Democrat control, President Biden increased federal spending, continued lockdown procedures for far past their effectiveness, and held the country hostage until his self-chosen vaccination rates were reached. But receiving the COVID-19 vaccine is a choice made with careful consideration between a person and their doctor, not an action that can be forced by the federal government. And when the Biden administration failed to achieve their vaccination goals, they forced through unconstitutional vaccine mandates. We are currently experiencing near historic lows of COVID hospitalizations, and 41 states have ended their states of emergency. Yet the Biden administration has decided to extend the COVID-19 public health emergency, despite in September President Biden stating that the pandemic is over. The continuation of the public health emergency significantly strains state and federal budgets when we're already combating inflation and rising prices. These actions by President Biden and the administration have hurt the American people and stunted our recovery. It is long past due that Washington is accountable for persistent pandemic restrictions placed on the Kansans I represent. The legislation I'm introducing today holds the federal government responsible and is a step towards restoring normalcy through 5 objectives of research, accountability, process, access, and restoration. The American people deserve answers from the federal government on the effectiveness of the forced Biden administration COVID-19 policies. My bill requires the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct research on the effectiveness of vaccines and current treatments, the rate of transmission of COVID throughout the public health emergency, and more importantly, an investigation into the origins of COVID-19. We also need accountability. Over the past several years, trillions have been allocated to combat COVID-19. To ensure that taxpayer dollars are not being wasted, my legislation would audit the federal agencies that received COVID-19 funds, and whatever finances can be recouped should be returned to Treasury. Returning to our standard processes is also critical. In the early stages of the pandemic, using the Emergency Use Authorization, the EUA, was necessary to develop vaccines and treatments. Now, with years of information and time, we should return to the normal approval process. This bill ends the use of EUAs for COVID vaccines and treatments and requires any without full FDA approval to go through the process like any other medication or vaccination. The choice to be vaccinated is personal, and whether it be for religious or medical reasons, vaccination status should not be the cause for discrimination and access. My bill strengthens personal freedoms by preventing businesses from prohibiting entry or refusing service based solely on COVID vaccination status. Lastly, my legislation reverses the damage done by President Biden's destructive, unconstitutional vaccine mandates and brings restoration to the individuals harmed. Any service member or federal employee fired or discharged due to failure to comply to Biden's vaccine mandate will be reinstated with their record expunged of this incident. The Restoring Normalcy in America Act provides the American people with answers and accountability for how this administration has prolonged the COVID-19 pandemic and works to reverse some of the damaging policies that have been put in place. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania kicked off one of my favorite events, the Pennsylvania Farm Show. For more than a century, 170 years, farmers have gathered each January at the Pennsylvania Farm Show in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. This weekend event is the largest indoor agriculture exposition in the nation, showcasing more than 6,000 animals, nearly 12,000 exhibits, and more than 500,000 visitors. Each year I host a listening session at the Farm Show, and we cover a range of topics during the public forum, from rising awareness about agriculture education to hearing very real concerns from our farmers, ranchers, producers, processors, and many more key rural stakeholders. This year, the listening session will take place on Friday, January 13th. The Pennsylvania Farm Show brings together so many different agriculture advocates from all different corners of the industry. It is an event like none other, and I'm very proud that this takes place in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania Farm Show provides an atmosphere for everyone to walk through, observe, and educate themselves about different areas of agriculture. The Commonwealth's largest industry, which brings nearly $6.9 billion annually in agricultural cash receipts. Almost 500,000 jobs are tied to the industry, which positively impacts all Pennsylvanians. Undoubtedly, one of the most popular attractions of the Pennsylvania Farm Show is the food court. Located in the Expo Hall and main hall of the complex, the food court offers visitors a variety of Pennsylvania products, which generates income to support the nonprofit Pennsylvania Agricultural Commodity Organizations. Mr. Speaker, more than a century ago, the first Pennsylvania Farm Show was a 3-day exhibit. Today, the event is a week-long celebration of how the agriculture industry touches our lives every day. Proudly, this event draws visitors from across the country to highlight everything our state has to offer when it comes to agriculture. Now, I've been hosting this listening session as a representative of the Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District for 13 years. And like every year, I'm looking forward to hearing directly from the backbone of our nation, the hardworking men and women of American agriculture. The Pennsylvania Farm Show goes through this Saturday the 14th. Like I said, we'll look forward to 3 o'clock in the banquet hall to be hosting this year's listening session on Friday the 13th. And I certainly invite and encourage my colleagues and actually anyone that would like to join us for this event. It's 24 acres under roof, almost 1 million square feet. And it represents not just Pennsylvania's #1 industry, but agriculture is the industry that touches the lives of American families more times a day than any other. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Concurrent Resolution number 3, condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. New York is home to so many compassionate and committed pro-life pregnancy centers, such as Compass Care in Amherst, New York, CareNet centers dotted around the rest of New York State. Pro-life pregnancy centers across our state and our country provide women with critical care, such as free pregnancy tests, prenatal care, referrals, education, mentoring, and material support, including diapers, car seats, and clothing. They also provide love and support to these women in a time of need. From 2016 to 2020, these pregnancy centers saved over 800,000 lives by providing a compassionate alternative to abortion. Tragically, on June 7th, 2022, a Compass Care facility in Western New York was maliciously firebombed by a violent anti-abortion group called Jane's Revenge. The perpetrators left graffiti, "Jane was here." Those responsible has still not been held accountable. Unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident. Over 100 pro-life facilities and churches were attacked in 2022 alone. I was honored to join Compass Care CEO, Reverend Jim Harden, and the Compass Care team at its reopening just a few months after the violent attack. As Reverend Harden said best, Compass Care now has 21st century telehealth tools to compete head-on-head with the billion-dollar abortion empire by reaching and serving every woman in America. Pro-life pregnancy centers play a key role in helping pregnant women all across the country. but Democrat leadership has been silent on the unprecedented amount of violence leveled against these compassionate advocates for life. House Republicans are united in our condemnation of the political violence these wonderful caregivers have always faced, and those who choose life. I'm proud to support House Concurrent Resolution Number 3, condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, churches, and will not back down to violent extremists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess the opportunity to be privileged to serve in the United States Congress with a little over 10,000 members over the decades, and for the years of service that I have given at the privilege and at the decision of my constituents, allows me to look over the landscape of the journey that we have taken. I was here when medical procedures for parents who wanted nothing more than a healthy baby were then characterized as a criminal act and called partial birth abortion, when a mother had to make a decision with her God, her doctor, and her family. I remember the hearings in the Judiciary Committee where mothers were crying because of the medical procedure that was necessary to save their life. We've now come full circle, and the extremists want to again demonize parents who are desperate for a healthy child. I've seen this before. Extremist views criminalizing a medical choice that has to be made, criminalizing abortion from east to west and north to south. I will not have it. I know that this is a most personal decision and one that families do not want to make. But as a person of faith, I believe it should be that woman, that family, that God, and that doctor. And so unfortunately, today we will have the effort to criminalize these actions of doctors. You see, I come from a state where the state legislature and governor passed a bounty hunter bill to go after doctors and nurses that would be giving medical care to innocent women and to individuals who were seeking that care. How outrageous in a constitutional democracy that you want to injure people, you want to undermine doctors and undermine nurses. What an outrage. Again, this extremist agenda continues. But yet, in the face of a 13-year-old being shot to death in the District of Columbia with a gun, the guns are rampaging across America. Guns of a 6-year-old who shot a teacher, mass murders more extensive in this last year, 2022, than ever. There's not a real effort to ensure that guns are not proliferating in the hands of those who should not get them. Guns that should actually have penalties for those who do not store it, penalties for manufacturers who do not indicate and label and insist that guns be stored, or in fact the universal background check that has not been able to be passed. These are things that could save lives of living individuals who are now at the brunt end of gun violence. Yes, putting guns in the hands of people that should not have them, having better mental health services, red flag laws. But the way the bill was written, you have to opt in. So states like Texas, they will not opt into a red flag law to protect people. And all I see in my area, not because police are not working as hard as they can, but domestic violence with guns, day after day after day and week after week, because guns are in the hands of the wrong people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to say there's a lot of good work we can do together. There's a lot of good work that Democrats have done, and we're seeing it in the bipartisan infrastructure bill and dealing with climate change, which is evident by the tragedy that is happening to our friends in California. But I'm glad to stand up here today and announce something really good, that today, because of Democrats, the Social Security recipients will have an 8.7% increase in their COLA. And I will go home over the weekend and over these days and into Martin Luther King's celebration where he believed in lifting the least of those and be able to say to those Social Security recipients, you've got an 8.7% increase in your COLA because of Democrats and President Biden. We intend to do things, to be active on behalf of the American people. We intend to cure problems, not make problems. We intend to help our school children, help our teachers, help our nurses, help our doctors, help those senior citizens who I see in the senior citizens community centers saying, when are we going to get the ability to have a cost of living so that we can live? Because we have been the ones that have helped build this nation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues and the administration to be unafraid of moving forward on H.R. 40. Isn't it time that we assess the impact of slavery in this country? Over 200 years, never been addressed.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
H.R. 40 needs to pass on the issue of studying slavery and developing reparation proposals. I yield back. Thank you, Mr.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the city of Charleston in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District. For the 10th consecutive year, the Holy City has been recognized as the best city to visit in the United States by Travel and Leisure magazine. It's easy to see why. Charleston's tremendous natural beauty, rich history, and friendly faces make it a magnet to visitors from across the country. To quote Travel and Leisure's article, the city expresses the perfect balance of Southern charm, knockout food, drinks, and walkability. And when they say drinks, they mean some of the best cocktails in the South. I want to commend our tourism and hospitality industry, our mayor, and every resident of the city of Charleston for this decades-long recognition. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the Hilton Head Island Sea Turtle Patrol and their sister group, the Turtle Trackers. From the beginning of May until the end of October, every single year, hundreds of sea turtles return to Hilton Head Island to lay their eggs on 14 miles of sandy beaches. These turtles are a crucial part of our ocean environment, and each nest is critically important to protecting their future as they are still endangered. For over 15 years, Amber Keown has led the effort to protect the island's sea turtle nests. When she began the Turtle Trackers program, it was just Amber and about 6 other women. Today, there are over 500 volunteers across Hilton Head Island who work hard to remove obstacles from the beach. They fill holes, and they make it easier for the mother turtles to return safely and return to the water every year. Her elite corps of 18 expert volunteers forms the Hilton Head Island Sea Turtle Patrol. They travel the whole length of the beach every morning in search of sea turtle nests. And since they began their work, the number of sea turtle nests on Hilton Head Island has increased by over 300%. In 2021, they tracked and maintained approximately 423 nests. I ask the House to join me in commending Amber and her team for their incredible conservation efforts. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the city of Beaufort on raising $750,000 for their sister city, Ostro, in western Ukraine. After the invasion of Ukraine began, Mayor Stephen Murray was looking for ways to help, so he began looking for a sister city. And there are many similarities between Beaufort and Ostro. They're very strong. Both are similar in size. Both have centuries of rich history. Both have some of the oldest universities in their respective regions. After connecting with Mayor Yaudka in Ostro, which currently houses thousands of refugees from the eastern part of the country, Mayor Murray and the residents of Beaufort spent the next 4 months raising money and raising awareness across the Low Country. Beaufort's famous Thibault Gallery sold Ukrainian flag pins. They raised over $40,000. Community groups and businesses and citizens from all walks of life raised almost $150,000 through raffles, fundraising drives, and several large anonymous donations to represent and assist their sister city. Mayor Murray did not stop there. He worked tirelessly with members of the city council to secure MREs, grits, and cornmeal from local South Carolina businesses to bring approximately $600,000 worth of food and supplies to the people of Ukraine. I commend Mayor Murray and all of the residents of Beaufort for this incredibly generous effort. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Sarah Cathy, a Beaufort County paramedic who lost over 125 pounds to donate her kidney to her niece, Natalie. Natalie had both of her kidneys removed at only 1.5 years of age due to a devastating genetic condition. As a healthcare professional, Sarah understood the difficulty of securing a donor kidney and had herself tested. She was a perfect match, but one thing stood in the way. When Sarah learned her weight could prevent her from saving Natalie's life, she was more than determined than ever to get in shape. So she got to work changing her habits and her lifestyle so that little Natalie could have a chance at life. Through grit and determination, she reached her goal and was cleared for surgery. The hard work and effort she put forth shows the love and compassion she has for her family and everyone in the Low Country who she selflessly serves each and every day. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Charleston River Dogs, our Low Country minor league baseball team, on clinching their second consecutive league championship, finishing the postseason with a 4-0 record. I have twice had the privilege of throwing out the first pitch. The Bill Murray-owned River Dogs is an integral part of the Charleston community and has created lasting memories for our community and in the Low Country for the better part of the last 40 years. This year's team also tied the franchise record for the number of wins in a season, and I wanted to congratulate the River Dogs on a terrific season and wish them all the best of luck in the next season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A very good morning to you, and good morning, House of Representatives. I'm Aaron Bean. I'm one of the new guys. And aside from a motion to adjourn earlier this week, this right now is the very first time I am speaking on this floor, and I want to say what an honor it is to be with you all in this body. To the people of Northeast Florida, and specifically the brand new 4th District of the Free State of Florida, I am humbled and grateful that you sent me here and to be your voice on this floor. I'm keenly aware of the amazing opportunity it is, as well as the responsibilities it comes with. I'm also, Mr. Speaker, keenly aware our country and nation has challenges, lots of them. The border and our growing deficit are just the tip of the iceberg. And so to all the members here, I look forward to working with you to tackling these challenges and making America more secure, safer, and stronger. Members, let's go get them. Have a great day. And Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for most of my life, I've been a student of history, and as a CPA, a tax lawyer, and former head of the second largest tax agency in this country, I focused on the fact that if you look at empires, republics, and kingdoms, the ones that succeeded were those that were able to collect taxes, and when they were unable to collect taxes, they fell. I've seen patriotic anarchists come to this floor. They want America to be strong, but they want our ability to enforce our financial laws to be weak. There are those who say correctly that we should not defund the police because we have crime in the streets, but we also have to prevent crime in the suites. Yet, every time a billionaire successfully cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. There are two threats to our ability to collect taxes. Both of them seem to be supported by many on the Republican side. The first of these is the underfunding of the IRS. For 3 days and 3 long nights, we heard each faction of the Republican Party say how they wanted procedures that would eventually lead to reducing our national debt, and then the first thing they bring to the floor is a bill that increases our national debt by $1.6 trillion, according to 6 bipartisan secretaries of the Treasury. And frankly, I think that estimate is way too low, because I've seen tax collection from every side, as a legislator, as a tax administrator and auditor, and as an advisor to private businesses. When you conduct audits, you not only bring in money from that taxpayer, but you create an image in that social circle that tax returns need to be filled out accurately and even conservatively. That will no doubt lead to far more tax collection than the $1.6 trillion that has been estimated. Keep in mind that working people really can't evade taxes. They get W-2s, they get 1099s. It is those with a complicated tax return and our large corporations that we're talking about. Now, with the additional funding that Democrats have provided the IRS, we can finally put service back into Internal Revenue Service. Hopefully, they'll answer the damn phones. We need to see one IRS employee for every 2,000 tax returns that are filed. As you can see on this chart, that's what Ronald Reagan had back in 1988. Then now we are close to 3,500 tax returns for every IRS employee. That's untenable. That's why Donald Trump could take outrageous positions in his tax returns. He counted on light audits. Ronald Reagan paid his taxes and staffed the IRS. Stand with Ronald Reagan and stand with adequate funding for the Internal Revenue Service. There is a second threat to our ability to collect taxes. It's longer term, and that is the possible rise of cryptocurrency. When somebody tells you what they are, believe them. Cryptocurrency tells you what it is or aspires to be in its name. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. Now, I'm the only member of this House to get a grade of F from the only organization dedicated to crypto advancement that rates members of this House, because I've been trying to ban crypto for over 5 years. Now, no one has helped me more in that effort than Sam Bankman-Fried. But some will view Sam Bankman-Fried as just one big snake in a crypto Garden of Eden. The fact is, crypto is a garden of snakes. From the outside, it looks like it's just a token, an electronic pet rock, something to bet on, not because it has any value or use, but because you might be able to sell it for even more to somebody else. But longer-term investors in crypto are investing in it because they hope it becomes a currency. So how does crypto compete with the dollar, the existing U.S. currency? It's right there in the name. Cryptocurrency means
Gentleman's
hidden
time
money.
has expired.
And the market for cryptocurrency are tax evaders trying to hide their assets from the IRS. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, if you want to understand successful law enforcement, the first place to look is the career of El Dorado County Sheriff John D'Agostini. It's not hard. It was under his leadership, in fact, it was because of his leadership, that the day-to-day operations of his department became the subject of the popular TV series, The Sheriffs of El Dorado County, that ran from 2014 to 2019. It's the very definition of successful policing, pioneered by Sir Robert Peel and perfected and practiced by Sheriff D'Agostini. Ideal police departments are run as extensions of the communities they serve. They work in partnership with local citizens, and this was the heart of Sheriff D'Agostini's success. I've seen it over and over in action. During the devastating King Fire, I watched him at his post even when his own ranch was imminently threatened. During the Caldor Fire, he opened that same ranch to the stream of evacuees who'd fled the devastation with only the clothes on their backs. I can't tell you the number of times I watched him during these terrifying disasters, always calm, always focused, always reassuring, and omnipresent. He's loved by his community and his department because he loves them. And that caring is what binds the community to the Sheriff's Department, and that exemplified and indeed defined his successful record of modern policing. He was first elected in 2010 by a razor-thin margin of 1,300 votes. But as he proved himself, he became a beloved institution in the community and won re-election overwhelmingly in 2014 and 2018, and would have won by acclamation in 2022, but for the fact that he chose to retire back into the community he has so faithfully served and protected. They were not all easy years. He lost a deputy to an illegal alien in a marijuana grow in 2019 and became a national figure warning of the dangers that our porous border and sanctuary policies present to communities across America and to those who risk their lives to protect us. When state bureaucrats ordered businesses to shut down during the COVID hysteria, Sheriff D'Agostini stood up for the constitutional rights of his constituents and refused to destroy their livelihoods. His courageous stand has since been affirmed by the mounting evidence that the lockdowns cost lives, destroyed livelihoods, and did nothing to slow the spread of the disease. Sheriff D'Agostini worked his way up through the ranks, first graduating from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Academy in 1993. Throughout his career, Sheriff D'Agostini served in numerous positions, including patrol deputy, detective, SWAT team member, narcotics investigator, range master and firearms instructor, and investigator for the Amador County District Attorney's Office. Sheriff D'Agostini is well known for his many accomplishments and contributions to the community, including his leadership in constructing a new public safety headquarters located in Placerville. This building now provides local law enforcement with emergency operations services, a 911 dispatch center, a morgue, an evidence building, a special operations and training building, as well as an indoor shooting range and armory. Mr. Speaker, without law enforcement, there is no law. And without law, there is no civilization, which is why it is impossible to overstate the necessity of our local police departments and the law and order they uphold within our communities. I am proud today to congratulate John on his numerous accomplishments and his exemplary leadership, and on behalf of the grateful citizens across El Dorado County, to thank him for his extraordinary service. El Dorado County has been extremely fortunate to have had his leadership for these past 12 years, and although he isn't going anywhere, he's retiring right back into the community that raised him. And although his successor is well prepared under his tutelage to carry on his successful policies, well, it won't stop us from missing him anyway, in the role that he defined and the responsibilities that he discharged so well. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my first remarks before the 118th Congress, I rise today to share with you what I learned from my first term representing the big 1st District of Kansas and how I will respond over the next 2 years. I grew up on the farm south of Quinter, Kansas that has been in my family for 5 generations. The house my parents live in and the house I grew up in is the same house my great-great-grandfather ordered from a Montgomery Ward catalog in the early 1900s. Growing up there meant that I spent thousands of hours on a tractor working in fields and on horseback doctoring cattle in our family feed yard. I think of the Big First as the pilot light of America because the values that make America great are still alive and well there. People in the Big First are good people who carry a pioneering spirit with them, the same way those who settled my state did over 160 years ago. We know one another, look out for one another, and sacrifice for one another. We're farmers and ranchers, feedlot managers, business owners, lenders, bankers, teachers, doctors, nurses, and parents. Over the last 2 years, I did a lot of listening. I held listening sessions each month. I received tens of thousands of calls, emails, and letters from Kansans. I host leaders and other members of Congress in the district to listen with them. I hosted town halls 126 times over the last 2 years, and I'm gearing up to start my 2023 town hall tour again next week. As I travel across the district, I hear concerns about inflation, the border crisis, big government, sweeping executive orders, out-of-control government spending, sky-high taxes, and the infringement on basic rights like the Second Amendment and the right to life. I've long said, if it matters to a Kansan, it matters to me. In response to what I heard over the last 2 years and to what I have seen while serving in Congress, I developed my commitment to the Big First. It's a roadmap for the 118th Congress that gets America back on track advocates for agriculture, and advances our Kansas conservative values. My commitment to the Big First details plans for an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future that's built on freedom, and a government that's accountable. It's a plan for a balanced budget and a strengthened supply chain, for lower taxes to secure our southern border, for a robust police and military, for a comprehensive reauthorization of the Farm Bill and strengthened crop insurance, for a maintained stepped-up basis tax provision and global food security legislation that stops wars before they start. Senator Bob Dole once told me about the Kansas approach: honesty, hard work, respect for your roots, service, simplicity, genuine thoughtful care for people, and common sense. My commitment to the Big First is a plan for common sense solutions to the complex problems that America faces today. I wasted no time implementing this commitment. On Monday, I reintroduced the More Accountability is Necessary Now, or the MAN Acts. The MAN Acts are 6 pieces of legislation that will hold the Biden administration accountable, demand transparency from Washington, fight unconstitutional executive orders, and push back against federal government overreach. The MAN Acts require the executive branch to notify the American public and Congress of its intent to issue any new executive orders pertaining to agriculture, energy, the environment, pro-life provisions, the Second Amendment, and immigration. Single-party rule here in Washington, D.C. is over. The American people gave Republicans control of the House for a reason. They are tired of seeing their tax dollars wasted, their rights violated, and laws of our land dictated by executive orders from the White House. The MAN Acts and my commitment to the Big First are just the first steps toward executing on a plan that America has demanded of us. When we get into the middle of issues, roll up our sleeves, get to work, listen to those around us, and do the heavy lifting, we gain perspective and better results. That's what I learned in the Big First. I refuse to be stapled to my desk in Washington, D.C. I will continue to spend time thinking, praying, and reflecting on how best to serve the people in my district. I did not come to Congress to be a caretaker of the slow demise of America. I'm here to fight and to work to make America stronger. I really believe that our brightest days are yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Robert Bowles, Jr., a loving father, husband, and leader from the great state of Georgia. Robert was a proud graduate of the University of Georgia School of Pharmacy. He was the owner and pharmacist at Big C Drugs of Thomaston until his retirement. Robert devoted his professional life to God, his customers, his community, his family, and to both the Georgia Pharmacy Association and the National Community Pharmacy Association. He was responsible for initiating one of the first successful diabetic care programs in the community pharmacy area. Robert is the past president of the Georgia Pharmaceutical Association, where he served on almost every committee that existed. He was the recipient of many state and national awards during his career, including the Bowl of Hygeia and the Larry Braden Service Award. Robert's impact on our state will be felt for generations to come. He will be dearly missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Brian Tootin and Ed Livingston. Brian and Ed are trainers for Benedictine High School in Savannah, Georgia. In October, during a Benedictine football practice, a player experienced a cardiac event. Brian and Ed jumped into action immediately to save the young boy's life. They performed life-saving CPR and deployed an AED until the ambulance arrived. Luckily for the player, he is now making a full recovery. If it had not been for the quick action of both Brian and Ed, this situation could have been much worse. Thank you both for your service and dedication to our community and our district. You are both heroes. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Camden County Sheriff's Office for their hard work finding a young man who went missing in Camden County during a hunting trip. Camden County Sheriff's Office did not act alone. They had the help of the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, McIntosh Fire and Rescue, and the McIntosh Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Department found the man after he had been missing for 3 days. Authorities were worried because temperatures were dropping into the low 30s overnight. Luckily for the hunter, law enforcement worked quickly and efficiently to locate him. The hunter was evaluated by medical personnel and then returned home to his family. None of this would be possible without the quick action of our wonderful law enforcement in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Terry College first place win at the National Black MBA Association undergraduate case competition. Terry College is a premier business school located at my alma mater, the national champion, Georgia Bulldogs. Terry College students Kevin Camus, Sophia Eeg, Lauren Sanders, and Philip Ellington were a part of the team that won first place in the competition. The National Case Competition is a hands-on student consulting experience that provides undergraduates early exposure to MBA-level business care strategy. The program also allows students to be considered for competitive summer internship opportunities. Their team, the first to represent Terry College at the National Undergraduate Business Case Competition, was tasked with developing a recruitment plan for Generation Z graduates. This team beat out teams from Emory University, the University of Southern California, and Purdue University to take home the first place prize of $15,000. This was the University of Georgia's first time competing, and therefore they were seen as the underdogs. Congratulations to the team and to the Terry College of Business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the life and service of Brian Clint Worley of Emory, Texas. Emory is a small town in Rains County where great Americans reside, and I befriended during my campaign in 2020 his parents, Fred and Sue Worley, who couldn't be more gentle, wonderful, and loving souls. Brian was born in Denton, Texas on March 11, 1968. He graduated from Rains High School in Emory in 1987, where he was a star basketball, baseball, track, and football player. Brian received all district honors for his athletic performances and was voted most courteous, best personality, and most prestigious at Rains High School. In 1991, Brian graduated from Kilgore College Police Academy, and he began his law enforcement career at the Mount Pleasant Police Department. He received several commendations in his first 4 years as a police officer, and once helped save an elderly citizen from choking. Saved a life. Moreover, his work in the Selective Traffic Enforcement Program helped apprehend numerous drunk drivers, and again, saved countless lives. Brian attended the Texas Department of Public Safety Training Academy in Austin, Texas in 1995 and was stationed in Cupper, Texas, and later Sulphur Springs. Some of his many recognitions included District Commander's Award, the Texas Department of Public Safety's Chiefs Award, and Trooper of the Year in 1988. Brian was a man of faith and dedicated his career to serving the people of Texas. He was a loving father, deeply cared about his family, his friends, and his pets. He will be closely and fondly remembered by many. I've requested that a flag be flown over our nation's capital to recognize Brian's tremendous life, his extraordinary public service. He'll be dearly missed by his friends, families, colleagues. Fred and Sue, his parents, they're salt-of-the-earth people. They love things that are greater than themselves, and that's so incredibly inspiring. They know that God is greater than they are, that this country is greater than they are, that Texas, their friends, their family, their community is more important than they are. And when you meet people like that and see the lives that they lead, it warms the heart and it warms the soul. When you lose a spouse, they call you a widow. When you lose a parent, they call you an orphan. But Fred and Sue have lost a child. And when you lose a child, it's so god-awful they don't even have a name for it. What breaks my heart is not only that, the loss of Brian, but that his children, Caden and Emily, have lost their father. And I know they're watching right now. And I want to make sure you understand that a grateful nation grieves with you. And you know, I think the greatest compliment you can pay a person is to say that the world is a better place with you in it. And Brian, the world sheds a collective tear now that we've lost you. So I think we should, Mr. Speaker, take inspiration from the Worley family, extend our deepest condolences, and promise them that we will follow in the footsteps of Brian and emulate their love of this country and of others. Brian, we'll be praying for you. We'll see you soon, and God bless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord God, do not wait any longer to be gracious to the people of Ukraine. Rise up and show mercy to them as they endure the terror of their oppressors. For you, O Lord, are a God of justice. We ask then that you would bless all those who seek cover in the undergrounds of Kyiv, those who mourn the destruction of neighborhoods like Bucha, they who seek refuge in Lviv. Be gracious to them and answer their cries. You have given them the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, but do not hide yourself anymore. May their eyes see you when they turn to the right and to the left. May their ears hear your word behind them, guiding their steps and delivering them from their torment. May their spirits be led by your Spirit into the redemptive future you have provided for them. Bring soon the day when you will bind up the injuries of your people and heal the wounds of the afflicted. We offer this prayer in your sovereign name. Amen.
We welcome the public back into the People's House. It's good to see you coming. Hasn't been a number of years. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to the Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the 118th Congress and its newly elected Republican majority, led by Kevin McCarthy, began the session by voting to pass the Family and Small Business Taxpayer Protection Act. This important legislation will give money back to the American people by rescinding billions of dollars in funding for 87,000 new IRS agents put in place by the duplicitous Democrat-led Inflation Expansion Act. This is just the first example of promises made, promises kept. Among the commitments to America by House Republicans, fight inflation and support working families, reduce gas prices and restore energy independence, secure the supply chain and restock our shelves, secure the southern border, defend America with peace through strength, ensure faith in free and fair elections, reclaim oversight and hold the Biden administration accountable, protect American rights, and serve the people. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
What an important topic, limited to 1 minute, but I rise today to acknowledge Human Trafficking Awareness Day, to acknowledge that the Texas woman just filed a lawsuit against one of our universities for sexual abuse and the grooming by her coach to use her over and over again. Human trafficking is one of the greatest threats to human rights in the United States. In 2020, over 11,000 instances of potential human trafficking were reported to the United States National Human Trafficking Hotline, and at least 70% of those introduced were, in fact, estimated to be sex trafficking. I'm delighted that Chairman Mike McCall and Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, myself, have introduced the No Human Trafficking Zone at school zones, because that is one of the largest sites for trafficking. We look forward to a bipartisan Congress supporting this legislation that will particularly provide enhanced sentencing to those who would dare to recruit our children at schools, and they do it all across the nation. Madam Speaker, I hope that we are aware today is Human Trafficking Day and that we recognize we must do something to stop it. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does Does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the ongoing crisis at our border. When President Biden took office in January 2021, he inherited common sense immigration policies such as Remain in Mexico and Title 42 that worked to keep our nation safe, reducing the flow of illegal drugs and gang members. Unfortunately, President Biden immediately ceased construction of the border wall and enacted policies favoring illegal immigrants over Americans. Thankfully, the Supreme Court has challenged the legality of President Biden's policies and overturned the removal of Title 42. Now it is Congress's time to act. Both Republicans and Democrats acknowledge that our immigration system is broken, but only Speaker McCarthy's Commitment to America has a plan to repair our broken immigration system. This Congress, Republicans will pass legislation that secures our border, stops the influx of illegal drugs and criminals, ends catch and release loopholes, and human trafficking. Americans deserve a government that works in their best interest, and these policies will create a safe and secure nation. I'd also like to wish a very happy birthday to my LD, Kyle Jacobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it is a good time for Pennsylvania. Some would say we are on a roll. The Phillies made it to the World Series, Jalen Hurts is the MVP, and the Eagles are the best team in football. And last November, Pennsylvanians spoke loudly. Josh Shapiro elected our governor, Austin Davis, lieutenant governor, and we begin this term with a newly elected Democratic Speaker of the House, Mark Rozzi, John Fetterman, our senator, and 9 Democratic Congress members representing us here in D.C. Just like the entire Democratic caucus, Pennsylvania Democrats are united and determined to make a difference for everyday people on issues like gun violence, addiction, and providing high-quality education, which makes me eager to once again serve alongside returning members Matt Cartwright, Brendan Boyle, Dwight Evans, Mary Gay Scanlon, Susan Wild, Chrissy Hulan, and with dynamic new members like Summer Lee, an activist lawyer and first black woman to represent Pennsylvania in Congress, and Chris DeLuzio, an Iraq war veteran and voting rights attorney. Pennsylvanians sent a congressional delegation to Washington that looks like Pennsylvania, and with Governor-elect Shapiro, we will govern for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Milk Day. Today is a great day to raise a glass of milk in honor of our dairy farmers who work 24/7 to bring fresh, nutritious, and delicious milk to our tables every single day. We celebrate National Milk Day on January 11th because on this day in 1878, milk was delivered in sterilized glass bottles for the first time. I'm proud to come from a long line of dairy farmers. According to Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, Pennsylvania has 500,000 cows producing more than 10.2 billion pounds of milk annually. The Keystone State ranks 7th in milk production in the country, and Pennsylvania is also second nationally in the number of dairy farms with 6,200 farms across the Commonwealth. Agriculture is the #1 industry in Pennsylvania, and with the Pennsylvania dairy industry providing 52,000 jobs and generating $14.7 billion in annual revenue. Madam Speaker, please join me in celebrating National Milk Day and thanking our dairy farm families for their continued efforts to provide us with such a delicious and nutritious treat. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to express opposition to H. Conrad's Resolution 3. The resolution is nothing but a political move by extreme Republicans that is both disingenuous and actually puts healthcare clinics at risk. This resolution only focuses on protecting pro-life pregnancy centers and faith-based women health clinics, which are not medical facilities. Let me be clear. I condemn violence in all of its forms. In fact, here's a fact. At clinics that provide abortion services, attacks are on the rise, increasing 128% in just 1 year. The resolution before us today falls short of condemning violence. The pro-choice caucus resolution that I support condemns all acts of violence on health care, personnel, patients, and facilities, and affirms that everyone has the freedom to access reproductive health care services without fear of violence. Let us all stand together and condemn all acts of political violence. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in defense of the most vulnerable population, the unborn. As we consider the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act and the continuing resolution to condemn attacks on pro-life pregnancy centers, I hope that it's those innocent lives on our hearts and minds. I implore my colleagues to stand with me in pursuit of doing what is right by, as I say, right by those voiceless and vulnerable, and to consider the divine worth of every human life that we've taken an oath to serve, from womb to tomb. It is written in Psalm 139, "For you created my innermost being. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well." We should do all in our power to stand for life and to ensure that the unborn get to live out each of the days that God ordained for them before one ever came to be. Let us unite as a legislature to determine that in the United States we will preserve the most basic right to life and the ability of good-willed Americans to provide life-affirming care in pursuit of that cause. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to voice my opposition to legislation brought before this body today. Our focus in this Congress should be to guarantee the American people have access to accurate health information, including their reproductive health. As we talk about crisis pregnancy centers today, we need to be clear and transparent about what these centers are actually able to do, and most importantly, not do. Too often people go to these centers expecting a certain level of care due to their misleading name, but they cannot actually get the medical attention they deserve and need. They target low-income and minority communities, shamefully insinuate that they are healthcare providers when they are not. As such, these centers are inherently contributing to misinformation that fuels the high infant and maternal mortality across our country, which disproportionately impacts Black women and babies. If we are serious about protecting life, we need to be honest, and these centers need to be honest and provide transparent information about the services they provide to pregnant women and their families. I hope this chamber will work together to find real solutions to improve maternal and infant health outcomes for American people. Lives are certainly dependent upon it. I urge my colleagues to oppose the legislation before us today, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as our Florida Keys are under a state of emergency. The President's unwillingness to secure our border, coupled with his pathetic policy of appeasement and concessions to the brutal Castro regime in Cuba, have created a migratory crisis unlike any other the Florida Keys has seen in decades. Since August 2022 alone, federal and state and local enforcement have encountered nearly 10,000 people in waters off the coast of Florida, and the Biden administration is directly responsible. Dry Tortugas National Park has already been forced to close because of this crisis, affecting the tourism-dependent economy of our Florida Keys, constituents, boaters, and tour operators. And the Biden administration is directly responsible. Secretary Mayorkas has repeatedly demonstrated his abdication of his responsibilities as leader of the Department of Homeland Security and failed to enforce our public safety immigration laws. That's why I'm calling on him to resign immediately. Governor Ron DeSantis quickly activated the National Guard, and I want to commend him on behalf of my constituents for his leadership and bold action. I'm calling on the Biden administration to take action now. We must reimburse Monroe County and the state of Florida for local resources that have been expended to process and care for the latest wave of migrants. We need to increase Customs and Border Protection on-site in Monroe County and provide additional resources to the Florida Keys. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade was dehumanizing and dangerous. It does not reflect the will of the majority of Americans who deeply value control over their own bodies. I'm sure that my state was the first in the nation to explicitly protect reproductive freedoms in its Constitution. It's time to provide these same protections for all Americans. While Republicans seek to control women's bodies, to try to distract us from their extreme stances with farcical resolutions, my Democratic colleagues and I will not stop until reproductive freedoms are restored as the law of the land. The American people are overwhelmingly with us. They want their rights. They want their freedoms. As a woman, as a mother, as a congresswoman, I will continue to fight for a world where abortion care is legal, safe, and accessible for all Americans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to stand here today on the House floor of Representatives to serve as the voice of East Texans in Congress. As a man of faith and father of 4 children, I rise today for the very first time in Congress as a member of Congress to stand for the sanctity of life and in full support of children nationwide. I can think of no better cause than the cause of life. And I thank my colleague, Congresswoman Ann Wagner, for bringing this valuable bill to the floor. I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, which will ensure that all children who are born are protected and treated the same as any other newborn. Every life is a gift, and every life has a calling divinely given by God. I stand firmly committed to protecting those lives and to opposing any action that threatens them. This legislation is the next step in our effort to protect our future generations and return to our nation's values. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today because at a time when Americans across the country are facing urgent needs, Republicans are choosing to spend the first week of Congress attacking women's reproductive health care. This week, we should be advancing legislation to fight inflation and lower everyday costs for families who are struggling to make ends meet. We should be passing measures to improve our education system and address our dire workforce shortages. But instead, Republicans are doubling down on their assault on women's reproductive freedom, even though the vast majority of Americans believe that women should have the right to choose. But I came to Congress to make a meaningful difference in people's lives and fight against extremism just like this. The people of Colorado's 7th District sent me here to ensure that these personal decisions are kept between women, their doctors, their families, not members of Congress. Just like I did in the state Senate, I will not stop fighting until all Americans have control over their own bodies, their own health care decisions, and their own lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Nebraska's 41st governor, the newly inaugurated Jim Pillen. After traveling to all 93 counties in Nebraska, putting 100,000 miles on his truck, Jim has become a very well-known man, but also I wanted to share a little bit about his story with you. Jim is the son of a tenant farmer and a seamstress. What most people don't know is that Jim came from almost nothing. He's a self-made man. His entrepreneurial spirit built Pillen Family Farms into a company with international success. If you've eaten bacon in the last decade, you've probably enjoyed the work of the Pillen family, which reaches all the way from hog genetics to meat processing and everything in between. The pig farmer is wasting no time as governor. He's already rolling up his sleeves, getting to work, raising awareness about human trafficking, fighting for school choice, and making government more efficient. Jim has pledged to bring people together to make Nebraska better day by day. Our Nebraska delegation is excited to work with him to move the state forward. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker. I rise today with the solemn duty to honor the life of Brackenridge Police Chief Justin McIntyre, who was gunned down in the line of duty last week. His family and my community mourn Chief McIntyre today at his funeral, as does this House and this country. Chief McIntyre was a hometown hero in Brackenridge and lifelong resident of the area. He gave his neighbors 22 years of selfless service as a police officer, day in and day out, like so many who wear a badge or a uniform. Chief McIntyre put himself in harm's way to keep others safe, ultimately giving the last full measure of devotion. He represents the very best of Western Pennsylvania, the very best of America. So too does Tarentum Police Officer Jordan Schreckengast, who was also shot and wounded in the line of duty that fateful day and is recovering. And although Chief McIntyre's watch has ended, we will never forget his sacrifice. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise
Without-
and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In September of 2022, President Biden declared the pandemic is over. Despite this, he's continued to extend his public health emergency declaration. Declaring an emergency gives the president overreaching authority over Congress and the state health departments. While this emergency is in place, the federal government can keep states from removing ineligible people, that the rolls should be cleaned up from the Medicaid rolls, and the welfare state will keep growing unchecked. This declaration has enabled emergency use authorization of untested vaccines and allowed the president to mandate involuntarily those vaccines to vast swaths of the public with little input or debate from Congress and the courts. It's also given them legal cover to buy votes with attempts at student loan debt forgiveness, rent freezes, and eviction moratoriums. Under the cover of this declaration, the president attempted to change laws, impose decrees, and has altered the economic life of millions of Americans very negatively. This is setting a terrible precedent by allowing the executive branch to rule by decree with no oversight or input from Congress. He's replacing Congress's speech and debate with his own presidential pen. This gross overreach of authority must end and move back to a debate and an open process. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose did the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of James Thomas Wilburn of Fort Worth, Texas. Born November 7th, 1918 in Hope, Arkansas, Mr. Wilburn grew up there where he obtained his education, including an agriculture school. A dedicated veteran, Mr. Wilburn served in the United States military during World War II, and for his service, he was given a number of honors, including recognition at the World War II museums in Washington, D.C., New Orleans, Los Angeles, and a ceremony that I was able to attend for him several years ago in Fort Worth. Following his career in the military, he built a career as a landscaper and also served with the Fort Worth Independent School District until he retired. A great listener and a happy man, Mr. Wilburn loved gardening, listening to gospel music, going to church and laughing, and he was an avid fan of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. But most of all, he loved spending time with his friends and family and his children and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and a host of other relatives. I want to end by commemorating Mr. Wilburn for 104 years of this earth and to his service to the city of Fort Worth and our independent school district. Our prayers go out to all of his loved ones. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose did the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Request permission to address the body for a minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise today to condemn the violent attacks on the pro-life organizations and facilities in the wake of the Dobbs leak and subsequent overruling of Roe v. Wade. There's been very little accountability for the leaked draft opinion and then violent intimidation against the pro-life activists. That's why this resolution is so necessary. It makes it crystal clear that violence, property damage, threats, and intimidation tactics must be condemned, and they must have consequences for those who do this violence. I'm proud of the work of the Women's Palmetto Center in my district in Rock Hill, South Carolina, as it does tremendous work. The Biden administration needs to use all appropriate law enforcement mechanisms necessary to uphold public safety and protect the rights of these pro-life groups and facilities. Just because this administration doesn't agree with protecting the unborn doesn't mean they should turn a blind eye to violence and intimidation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for one minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in every state where abortion rights were on the ballot last year, Americans voted to protect life-saving reproductive care. In Republican strongholds like Kentucky and Montana, voters rejected attempts to restrict or ban abortion. In Vermont, Michigan, and California, voters codified abortion rights into their state constitutions. After such a resounding defeat for anti-abortion politicians, you would think that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have gotten the message. But rather than listening to voters and bringing forward legislation to codify the reproductive rights our mothers and our grandmothers fought so hard for, the new Republican majority is catering to demands of extreme members in their conference who have called for a national abortion ban. The partisan bills on the floor today will do nothing to protect women. Instead, they'll undermine access to reproductive care that millions of women rely on. Madam Speaker, the women we represent deserve better. Our daughters deserve better. I urge my colleagues to oppose these pieces of legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to condemn intimidation tactics of pro-abortion activists. Since the very day the Dobbs versus Jackson decision was illegally leaked, acts of violence against pregnancy centers, places of worship, and other pro-life institutions have skyrocketed. Cases of vandalism, harassment, firebombings, and physical assaults have been reported all across the country, in communities big and small. In addition to the actual acts, these violent acts amount to intimidation of those individuals that need the services provided by these pro-life, faith-based organizations. Not only has President Biden and his administration failed to condemn these attacks, but his Department of Justice has also refused to take any action to identify and prosecute those that have committed these crimes. This is curious considering the way that this administration has been weaponized against so many American citizens that haven't committed any crimes at all. Over 100 attacks have taken place in the last 8 months alone. Every member of Congress, Republican and Democrat, should join in condemning the violence of these extremists. The rule of law matters, the sanctity of life matters, and equal justice matters.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, what is the first thing one of the first things the Republicans do when they take over the House? They shaft the taxpayers and increase the budget deficit by $114 billion a year. By seeking to roll back the 87,000 additional personnel for the IRS, which is intended to replace a 20% reduction in headcount and anticipated retirements, they guarantee that taxpayers will have to wait weeks for their phone calls to the IRS to be returned, and they guarantee that the deficit will be increased by $114 billion for lack of audits of tax-avoiding multimillionaires. Shaft the taxpayers and increase the budget deficit by $114 billion. Great work, GOP. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support HCR 3. This resolution condemns the recent attacks on pro-life facilities across the country. Since the Supreme Court Dobbs decision, there have been over 100 attacks on pro-life organizations and churches in the U.S., causing life-affirming centers across the country to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in security, fearing that they may be targeted next. In Idaho, life-affirming organizations provide critical services to women. For example, Stanton Healthcare in Meridian, Idaho recently helped Leandra, a young mother facing an unexpected pregnancy, with encouragement through pre- and post-natal care and education, which includes a free ultrasound, childbirth classes, material assistance, and mentorship resources. This resolution shouldn't be controversial. It simply highlights the acts of violence and intimidation are unacceptable and have no place in our society. But it's important for us to call out this violence and condemn it. Thank you, Congressman Mike Johnson, for taking the lead on this resolution and for your efforts to promote life. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I unequivocally condemn all acts of violence, vandalism, and destruction of property. However, these acts are not all the same. Graffiti on the side of a building is not comparable to the stalking of doctors and nurses and the assaulting of patients who try to access health care. Yet 38 of the 39 incidents listed in this resolution concern attacks on property, not people. In fact, the lone act of assault mentioned in the resolution took place when an individual targeted a health care facility for providing abortions and then attacked police officers, striking them multiple times. And so, yes, the only threat to human life mentioned in this resolution was an attack on abortion providers and on patients who are seeking care and the law enforcement officers defending their right to provide and seek such care. And so today I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join me in condemning the countless acts of violence against abortion providers and patients that they face every single day accessing care in this country. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I've been reminded during these first days of the 118th Congress of the importance and significance of an open U.S. Capitol. I've had a number of guests from my district here with us this past week as the People's House has finally been reopened to the public. Yesterday I had Bodie Brewer and his family here with me. The excitement, awe, and inspiration that I saw in this young man's eyes viewing our Capitol, as well as the opportunity he had to meet so many of my colleagues who play such a significant role in this House, was truly profound. Today, I am visited by a constituent, Cadet Aiden Carr, who I nominated to West Point and is in his 3rd year at the Academy. Not only does Aiden have a clear sense of honor being here with us, but he is carrying himself with a great sense of respect, patriotism, and a sense of duty for the commitment he has made to protect this country and this institution. So as we begin the 118th Congress, I hope we all be reminded of the responsibility we have in this House to serve the American people and the greatest country on earth. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The chair lays before the House sundry communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I write pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the United States House of Representatives to notify you, I, Jacob LaTurner, Congressman from Kansas 2nd Congressional District, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by a United States Federal Court, District of Kansas, sitting at Topeka. After consultation with counsel, I have determined compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the rights and privileges of the House. Signed sincerely, Jacob LaTurner, United States Congressman, Kansas 2nd District. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I write pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the United States House of Representatives to notify you, I, Brandon Dreeling, Chief of Staff for Kansas 2nd Congressional District, have been served with the subpoena for testimony issued by the United States Federal Court, District of Kansas, sitting at Topeka. After consultation with counsel, I have determined compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the rights and privileges of the House. Signed sincerely, Brandon Dreeling, Chief of Staff, Congressman Jake LaTurner, Kansas 2nd District. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I write pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the United States House of Representatives to notify you, I, Alan Askew, military liaison for Kansas 2nd Congressional District, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by the United States Federal Court, District of Kansas, sitting at Topeka. After consultation with counsel, I have determined compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the rights and privileges of the House. Signed sincerely, Alan Askew, military liaison, Congressman Jake LaTurner, Kansas 2nd District. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I write pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the United States House of Representatives to notify you that I, Jacob Kennard, District Director of Kansas 2nd Congressional District, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by the United States Federal Court, District of Kansas, sitting at Topeka. After consultation with counsel, I have determined compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the rights and privileges of the House. Signed sincerely, Jacob Kennard, District Director, Congressman Jake LaTurner, Kansas 2nd District. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I write pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the United States House of Representatives to notify you I, Monet Straub, Deputy Director for Kansas 2nd Congressional District, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by the United States Federal Court, District of Kansas, sitting at Topeka. After consultation with counsel, I have determined compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the rights and privileges of the House. Signed sincerely, Monet Straub, Deputy District Director, Congressman Jake LaTurner, Kansas 2nd District.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 3, expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 3, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Concurrent Resolution 3.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, the FACE Act prohibits threats of force, obstruction, and property damage intended to interfere with reproductive health care services. Let me just go over that again. Prohibits threats of force, obstruction, and property damage intended to interfere with reproductive health care services. The Justice Department has said this act is not just about abortions, but applies as well to pro-life, I'm quoting, pro-life pregnancy counseling services and other pregnancy support facilities providing reproductive health care. So it applies across the board. Now here's the problem. On May 8, 2022, Mother's Day, activists targeted a pro-life nonprofit center in Madison, Wisconsin, setting it ablaze and vandalizing it with the words, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." On June 3rd, 2022, left-wing anti-life activists targeted the Capitol Hill Crisis Pregnancy Center, throwing red paint on the door, eggs in the window, and spray painting the building with "Jane Says Revenge." On June 25th, 2022, in Longmont, Colorado, vandals graffitied and set fire to the Life Choices Free Pregnancy Center. And this has happened dozens and dozens and dozens of times all across the country. What's the Justice Department done? To my knowledge, no one. No one has been prosecuted under the FACE Act. Not one single person to my knowledge. But if you're a pro-life activist and you're praying outside an abortion clinic like Mark Houck, guess what happens to you? FBI kicks in your door, arrests you, puts you in handcuffs, and does it in front of your wife and 7 children. That's what happens. So we want this. Look, we don't want violence anywhere. As Mr. Cicilline said in 1 minute, we don't want any violence anywhere. But let's not have this double standard. Not to mention this. Think about what happened after the Dobbs decision was leaked. The leaked draft of that opinion. You had activists protesting at every Supreme, well, not everyone, because only the conservative justices' names were doxed and information put out there. You had protests at their place in direct violation of a statute, 18 U.S.C. 1507. You're not supposed to be protesting, interfering when a decision is pending in front of a Supreme Court justice's home. Direct violation of the statute, and again, nothing happened. And that situation, as we all know, got real serious with the assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. So this resolution is straightforward. What has happened literally now at hundreds of crisis pregnancy centers and churches around the country this past year is just flat out wrong. And this is a resolution that says we appreciate the good work that happens at crisis pregnancy centers where they take in women, where they help them and help that unborn child. Make sure that that unborn child gets to experience the gift of life. The sanctity of life is what this is all about. And so I want to commend my colleague and friend, Mr. Johnson, from the great state of Louisiana for this resolution, and the people across the country who volunteer and who work every day at these centers to help these ladies who are in a tough situation. And with that, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this woefully incomplete resolution. I'd like to begin by saying that I condemn violence in all its forms, including the threats, vandalism, and property destruction described in H-Con Res. 3. I would also like to reiterate my condemnation of the attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. That should go without saying. I am grateful that no one appears to have been physically injured in the vandalism incidents described in the resolution, and that law enforcement took Justice Kavanaugh's would-be assassin into custody before he could complete an act of violence. In a democracy, violence is never the answer to a political dispute, and it should be roundly condemned in all its forms. This resolution, however, is a transparent partisan ploy that is a woefully and unacceptably inadequate condemnation of violence. It comes in the context of extremist MAGA Republicans' effort to enact a total ban on abortion at both the state and federal levels. And in what appears to be a glaring omission to H-Con Res. 3, my Republican colleagues refused to condemn the long-documented history of violence, murder, and mayhem perpetrated by anti-abortion extremists against abortion providers and their patients. According to the National Abortion Federation, since 1977, anti-abortion extremists have been responsible for 11 murders, 42 bombings, 196 arsons, 491 assaults, and thousands of incidents of criminal activities directed at patients, providers, and volunteers. Sadly, these incidents have increased dramatically in recent years. In 2021, abortion providers faced a 600% increase in stalking incidents, a 450% increase in clinic blockades, a 163% increase in reports of hoax devices or suspicious packages, a 129% increase in invasions, and a 128% increase in assault and battery compared to previous years. In some cases, violence against abortion providers has had deadly consequences. For example, in November 2015, a gunman murdered 3 people and injured 9 others when he opened fire with an assault-style rifle at a Planned Parenthood health center in Colorado Springs. In January 2021, a gunman attacked the Planned Parenthood clinic in Knoxville, Tennessee, and later that year, the same clinic was burned to the ground by arsonists. Regardless of your position on abortion rights, it is important that we condemn all acts of violence, regardless of who is the ultimate target. I'm concerned that by refusing to condemn violence against providers, this resolution will inadvertently send a signal to anti-abortion extremists that violence against abortion providers is justified by the vandalism described in the resolution. If this inadequate resolution could potentially fan the flames of political discord, what purpose then does it serve? The only purpose I can infer is that it is intended to placate the extreme elements of the anti-abortion movement while this Republican majority figures out how to pass a total nationwide ban on abortion. Let me be clear. Democrats stand with the majority of the American public and will oppose such a radical position. H-Con Res. 3 is nothing more than a partisan political ploy designed to advance an extreme anti-abortion agenda, and is not a serious effort to condemn political violence. Indeed, it may have the opposite effect on the American public because it purposely fails to condemn the thousands of threats, violent incidents, and attacks that abortion providers and patients have endured for decades at the hands of anti-abortion extremists. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserved. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, what purpose? Says it right in the title, expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. Over 100 churches and pro-life facilities have been attacked in the last 7 months. Over 100. That's all this resolution. I don't know. Republicans condemn violence every time it happens. We condemn it when it happens to abortion clinics. We condemn it when it happens to churches. We condemn it when it happens to pro-life centers. We condemn it when it happened in the summer of 2020 all over the country. We condemned it when it happened on January 6th. We condemn it every single time. This is just highlighting what has happened in the last 7 months with churches and pro-life centers around the country. That's simple. I wouldn't know why this should be unanimous. I recognize my friend, the sponsor of this great legislation from Louisiana, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Chairman Jim Jordan, I rise today to speak in favor of my common sense legislation, the House Concurrent Resolution 3. And I'm really proud that this bill has been included among our very first set of bills that will pass in this Congress. For Chairman Nadler to stand here, or Ranking Member Nadler now, I'm happy to say, to stand here and suggest that this does not fulfill the will of the American people, or it's somehow not the right thing to do, is absurd. This resolution is very simple and its language is clear. It condemns the attacks that have been committed against pro-life facilities, groups, and churches in the wake of the leak of the Dobbs opinion and the subsequent decision. It also calls upon the Biden administration to take action now to bring the perpetrators to justice. Who could be opposed to that? In recent years, there's been an alarming trend of more and more attacks on pro-life organizations and individuals. And in the wake of the Dobbs decision, the problem became much worse. We've seen a significant increase in targeted violence against places and people who provide care for pregnant women and their unborn children. Here's just a few of the more than 100 incidents that have taken place just in the last several months. May 5th, last year, a Catholic church and school in Armada, Michigan was vandalized with satanic symbols and messages calling for the death of Republicans. May 8th, the Oregon Right to Life office was firebombed. May 26th, 7 high school students in New Jersey were suspended after physically assaulting another student holding a pro-life sign. June 26th, a pro-abortion extremist was charged with attempted murder in Los Angeles. July 7, Sacramento, a pregnancy care center was threatened by a man with a machete. September 24th, in Lake Odessa, Michigan, an elderly pro-life volunteer was shot while canvassing door to door to discuss an abortion ballot proposal. January of this year, just several days ago, a pro-life billboard was defaced with the words, "Kill them kids," in Portland, Oregon. This last one that I wanted to mention is personal to me. On July 11th, pro-abortion activists vandalized the Women's New Life Clinic in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They spray-painted anti-life messages on the walls. Being located right next to the abortion provider in Baton Rouge, at the time the largest in our state, this clinic has offered hope to countless pregnant women by counseling them on all of their options and not pushing them to abort their unborn children as the clinics do. I'm proud to call many of the leaders of that clinic in Baton Rouge personal friends. We have to stand for them and stand against violence and vandalism and personal threats and intimidation. Nationwide, there are over 2,700 pregnancy care centers providing essential services in all 50 states. They serve millions of women every year. They have over 10,000 medical professionals supporting them. They do not deserve the treatment they've endured, and they certainly deserve that this Congress condemn the violence committed against them. Since there's been so little accountability for the leaked draft Dobbs opinion and the ensuing violence and intimidation against pro-lifers that's followed, we're making the position of Congress clear today. We condemn violence, property damage, threats, and intimidation tactics, and these clear violations of federal and state laws must be prosecuted. We have the opportunity before us today to start to push back against the mob that has targeted the groups and individuals that care for women and their unborn children. Republicans are ready to act. I'm so proud that over 100, I think nearly 130 Republicans so far have co-sponsored this. It will pass, and it should, and it will be a shame if our Democrat colleagues do not join us in this condemnation of violence. The question is, will they? I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
The resolution condemns violence pro-life clinics, but not at pro-choice clinics. That says it all. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. Madam Speaker, first I'd like to note what is profound hypocrisy going on in this chamber. Last week we heard from the Republicans about the importance of an open process and the ability to offer amendments on all bills or resolutions. But there were no hearings on this resolution, there were no markups, and amendments are prohibited. If they were allowed, we could have discussed, and Mr. Jordan could have made his statement that he believes the Justice Department says this would affect all type facilities, but we didn't have that, so it's not here. Every Democrat, and I hope every Republican, rejects and condemns political violence. We settle our disagreements at the ballot box and through the rule of law, not by violent actions. Republicans say this resolution is about condemning violence and enforcement of laws, yet it only condemns those of their favorite organizations and facilities, the pro-life crowd. They should be aghast that they don't include the murders of the 11 people killed at abortion care providers since 1993. Dr. George Tiller, killed in Kansas, entering his church in Wichita, Kansas, shot in the back. David Gunn, shot in the head while at his clinic in Pensacola, Florida. Just this past New Year's in Knoxville, Planned Parenthood clinic was destroyed by arson. Sadly, there are too many property crimes at Planned Parenthood and other facilities that help people with abortion needs to mention. None are mentioned. We should condemn all murders and serious violence. This House did not hear from Republicans condemning the violence of January the 6th when this chamber was under attack, and we should do that in all cases. They're trying to undermine and obstruct the Department of Justice as well. It's just some of the other hypocrisy. They're having a committee to look into the attacks on America from the FBI, the Justice Department, and security services. Those are law enforcement. That is defunding federal law enforcement, and it's wrong. We should support all law enforcement and fund all of it in its activities. If you want to know about the Republicans, you'd ask them about the bill on the IRS. If they wanted to help the middle class, they'd have brought a resolution to direct the IRS to do more audits, even all of its audits, on people earning over $1 million and save the middle class and get the money where it is. They did not. We should listen to what they do, not what they say. I'll vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just point out to my friend from Tennessee, it's not that I believe the DOJ has the ability to use the FACE Act to prosecute people who vandalize and attack crisis pregnancy centers. They've said it. The Department of Justice says they can do that. I'm just asking why they haven't. With that, I yield to my good friend from Alabama, 1 minute.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. He's in his leadership on all these pro-life issues. Madam Speaker, in the wake of the Dobbs decision, pro-abortion radicals have waged horrific attacks on our pro-life community. Pro-life institutions are on the front line of meeting the needs of women, youth, and yes, men. They provide critical services and support and have saved so many lives. Nobody, and I say nobody, should be in fear for their safety when seeking medical care and spiritual support. This body has an opportunity to express its unwavering support for the women and the families across America and this country and condemn these violence by voting for this act. I'm proud to be part of this effort. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you, and I yield my time back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
This is a solemn moment. And I join my fellow colleagues, the women of the Democratic Caucus, to stand here because we stand in the name of those who have died. 11 murders, 42 bombings, 196 arsons, 491 assaults, and thousands of incidents of criminal activity directed at our doctors, our nurses, and our patients. After COVID-19, America woke up to the vitality and the necessity of our medical professionals. But I want to come here today to express my concern. I wish my friend from Louisiana had worked together so that we would acknowledge that there has been loss of life of innocent persons who simply were providing their medical care. Dr. David Gunn was shot and killed by an opponent of abortion during a protest. Former pastor kills a doctor and clinic volunteer. George Tiller, twice a target, is killed. And so this legislation is an extreme initiative because it is not here to acknowledge the solemnity of which we stand. First, to recognize the constitutional right of a woman, a doctor in her faith, to be able to make a decision without fear and intimidation. But we have a state like mine that has vigilantism because it's passed legislation for bounty hunters to come back again from the 1800s to intimidate doctors and patients and nurses. This is a day that we must stand against. If we're to work together on this solemn moment, we must recognize all of the doctors and nurses and patients that have been intimidated. The National Abortion Federation in 2021 indicates that there has been an increase in violence. The significant increases in stalking, 600%, blockades, 450%, hoax devices, 163%, and 129%. So I ask my colleagues to oppose this legislation. Maybe we can, in solemnity, work together on this serious issue. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to our colleague from the great state of Ohio, Mr. Winstrom.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this resolution, which condemns the wave of attacks on pro-life groups and facilities. As a nation, we are blessed to have a nationwide network of faithful, dedicated pro-life pregnancy centers that provide care for pregnant women and their babies. Women deserve to be offered the full range of health support that can help them in their time of need. Pro-life pregnancy centers do exactly that, offering a compassionate support system for pregnant women. Shamefully, since the Dobbs decision was rendered, these pregnancy centers have been under attack by radical abortion activists. We've seen horrific displays of vandalism, threats, and intimidation directed at pro-life groups and facilities for the simple fact that they support life. And they serve to help pregnant mothers in need. No one is forced to receive care at a pregnancy center, yet we see people committing violence on pregnancy centers. Why? Why? Are they angry that so many choose to not terminate the life of their own baby and let their child live rather than violently terminate the life of their own baby like all of your mothers did? I ask Congress to stand together and strongly condemn this violence by passing this resolution. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
The gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise because I'm appalled that this is how my Republican colleagues have chosen to start this majority. It appears that actually legislating is just too great a challenge for my colleagues who have no apparent plan to address the real issues facing our country, including the rising tide of violent extremism. Res 3 condemns violence against anti-abortion organizations. It says nothing about the violence against abortion providers that has gone largely unaddressed for nearly 50 years. Last year, I supported legislation that offered real solutions to rising violence against abortion providers. I'd be happy to work with my colleagues on fixing Res 3 to actually acknowledge the rising violence, but I cannot and will not support it in its current form and encourage my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution before us here. Last year, a draft Supreme Court opinion was leaked to the media in one of the biggest scandals to ever hit the nation's highest court. It reestablished the authority of states to prohibit the killing of unborn children, sending the Democrat Party and other left-wing extremists off the deep end. The liberal brush fire that ignited after the opinion was leaked wasn't contained to just Washington. Pregnancy centers and pro-life organizations across the country soon became the target of their rage. The chairman said it very well in his opening comments when he cited the situation in Madison, Wisconsin. If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. That's what it says right here. Following the attack, a radical pro-abortion group known as Jane's Revenge took credit, proudly proclaiming this was only a warning. Next time, the infrastructure of the enslavers will not survive. Left-wing extremists have shown us time and time again, first during the summer of 2020, when they burned American businesses to the ground, and then by firebombing pregnancy centers in 2022, that they will resort to violence and destruction when they do not get their way. Unfortunately, there has been very little accountability for the leaked draft opinion. This resolution makes it clear violence needs to stop. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition to the dangerous measures that House Republicans are bringing to a vote in this chamber. It's part of their ongoing efforts to end a woman's right to choose, inserting politics unnecessarily and wrongly into the doctor-patient relationship, deny abortion care to women, stigmatize women who get abortions, and put at risk the doctors who simply are doing their jobs by caring for them, all while ignoring the threats that abortion providers and patients face daily. The American people sent a clear message during the midterms, and I quote, "Politicians have no place in our personal medical decisions," end quote. But House Republicans refuse to listen. Instead of protecting and expanding reproductive health care and women's rights, they are making it their first order of business to use their power to control women's bodies and their future. I condemn violence in all of its forms. This resolution condemns only some violence and very intentionally omits violence like the murder of health professionals against abortion providers, patients, and their families. Maybe they don't regard murder as violence. This comes at the same time as women's rights are under attack. This non-binding resolution is meant to only divide and distract, will do nothing to actually reduce violence. Urge my colleagues to oppose these biased bills, continue to stand up and speak out for what is right. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the resolution condemning the recent attacks on pro-life groups, facilities, and churches. Last summer, in a landmark decision, the United States Supreme Court ruled in favor of my home state of Mississippi, returning decisions on protecting life to the states. Unfortunately, the leak of the Dobbs decision led to instances of extremism committed against churches, pro-life institutions, and crisis pregnancy centers. Sadly, my home state was not spared. Mississippi has a robust network of crisis pregnancy centers that provide care and resources to expectant mothers. I and many of my Republican colleagues have called on the Biden administration to address these criminal acts and hold accountable those who committed these offenses. But to date, no action has been taken. I am hopeful that this legislation will move the administration to act, and I'm grateful that the Republican majority is standing with those impacted by last year's extremist acts. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I strongly oppose violence and destruction of property regardless of venue. The resolution on the floor today, however, is a distraction from the real issue regarding crisis pregnancy centers, which is that they regularly provide inaccurate, incomplete, and injurious information to people who are seeking guidance and fact-based health care. Crisis pregnancy centers often engage in deceptive advertising to get people in the door, and then they mislead them about the services they provide. A crisis pregnancy center in Texas, for example, was caught telling people that abortions cause mental illness and implying that abortions cause cancer and infertility. I heard from someone who visited a crisis pregnancy center, and after she left, she started getting calls from strangers who were told about her visit. And another woman was shown an ultrasound picture of her kidney and told it was a baby. This deception is unconscionable, which is why I will soon introduce the Stop Anti-Abortion Disinformation Act to direct the Federal Trade Commission to issue rules prohibiting unfair or deceptive advertising of abortion services. At a time when reproductive rights are under attack, it's especially important for anyone seeking abortion care to be able to find a real health care provider they can trust who will respect their bodily autonomy and their privacy. I yield back.
Bye. The gentleman from New York will reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend from the great state of Wisconsin, Mr. Grossman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. One of the scary ongoing stories over the last few years, more typical of an atheistic totalitarian regime than our wonderful constitutional republic, has been attacks on pregnancy counseling centers. They are hated because they try to persuade women to keep their babies, and they articulate how precious life is in the womb, which is considered to be dangerous speech to those who desperately want to legalize eight-month abortions. Some of these attacks, like those in other venues by Antifa and Black Lives Matter, have become more physical in nature. The lack of urgency by law enforcement to protect the speech of those who want women to keep their children is dangerous. This effort to muzzle those who express a wide variety of conservative Christian viewpoints has become more and more common and should scare anyone who does not want to live in a religiously hostile, large government state. Please vote for HRES 3.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 3. This resolution is further proof of my colleagues' hypocrisy and their obsession with controlling a woman's inherent right to bodily autonomy. This resolution ignores the long-documented history of violence against abortion providers, their staff, and their patients. Violence is what Amanda Eade from Texas suffered last year when doctors could not induce labor after amniotic fluid was leaking and her doctors were prohibited from providing the treatment she urgently needed because of Texas anti-abortion laws. Amanda's life will forever be changed, and that is the real violence. The American people is overwhelmingly support of protecting reproductive freedom. Women and the American people across this nation have spoken loud and clear. They do not want the government interfering with their reproductive health care. On behalf of all women in my district and across this country, I oppose this extreme resolution, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to a pro-life leader, the gentleman from New Jersey, my good friend.
I thank my good friend for yielding. Madam Speaker, 2 women spoke at a pregnancy care center dinner I attended in New Jersey. Both women were effusive in their thanks that the director had approached them in absolute kindness and empathy as they were literally walking from the parking lot to an abortion clinic. They changed their minds and were helped through their pregnancy and after the birth of their child or children as well. Later in the program, 2 young teenage girls spoke of the sanctity of life and the good work of the Pregnancy Care Center. In a very dramatic moment from the podium, because they were standing side by side, they turned to the director and thanked her and said that had she not reached out to their moms that day and followed up with such love and compassion, both of them would have been dead. Pregnancy care centers across the country have suffered a surge of violent attacks, firebombing, and vandalism by pro-abortion activists in a coordinated effort to intimidate frontline volunteers and licensed medical professionals providing critical support to mothers in need and their unborn baby girls and boys. Now more than ever, the Biden administration and law enforcement needs to enforce the law.
from time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, my, here we go again. Look, first of all, let's all condemn the violence on our streets of our country. But this resolution is a political ploy and a distraction from the violence that abortion providers and patients face every day. Bombings, murder, arson. Let's condemn these too. Madam Speaker, women across our country are being denied life-saving care, and health care providers are being punished for doing their jobs. Women deserve access to all forms of health services, including abortion, and the freedom to make decisions about their health and their lives and their future without interference of politicians. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, which sidetracks from the real danger women and health care providers are facing today, the Republican agenda. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of House Concurrent Resolution 3 and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of its passage. In June of last year, following the decision by the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, a pro-life pregnancy center that assists pregnant women in Nashville, Tennessee, was the victim of an attempted arson attack. Thankfully, no one was injured, and local law enforcement opened an investigation into the situation in an effort to bring the perpetrators to justice. But unfortunately, that is not the case across the entire United States, which is why it is essential that this body, the United States House of Representatives, condemns these heinous acts of political violence. I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of this legislation and will always and forever stand on the right side of history when it comes to protecting the unborn. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition to the bill before us today. While I strongly condemn violence and vandalism in any form, the bill before us neglects to address the real crisis facing Americans today, which is the loss of reproductive rights for millions of Americans in the blink of an eye since the Dobbs decision overturned Roe v. Wade last summer. 8 in 10 Americans support the legal right to abortion, something that's been seen over and over again in poll after poll, in election after election. This resolution is an attempt to muddy the waters and distract the public from the fact that those on the other side of the aisle support a national abortion ban, regardless of which state you live in. In fact, it was abortion providers who faced significant increases in stalking, invasions, assault, and battery as a result of the Dobbs decision. I cannot support this resolution, which conveniently leaves out the majority of the victims of this type of political violence. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield a minute to my good friend from the state of North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
For what time?
Minute.
1 minute. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, attacks on churches and pro-life pregnancy centers are unconscionable and un-American. Thugs elevate their extreme political ideology over the most basic gift from God, life. And this phenomenon is fed from here. All recall Senator Schumer's threat to Supreme Court justices. You will pay the price. Now we see the price. Firebombing pro-life pregnancy centers and assassination attempts. In my own state, that rhetoric amid the broken windows and red paint and anarchist symbols, if abortions aren't safe, neither are you. That sentence is repeated over and over across this country. That's a threat. This is the death cult's echo of the KKK's burning cross on the lawn. Brazen, violent intimidation. But the federal government responded to the KKK. Where is the Biden Justice Department amid this violent campaign of national scope? Mr. President, it's time for action. Do your duty. I yield.
Gentleman's time is expired. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
These resolutions. You know, this is a poll-tested focus group effort to change the subject. We all know that attacking facilities or not providing health care to an infant is already illegal. This is a veiled attempt at distracting from the real consequences of the Dobbs decision. People have had their rights taken away and can no longer receive the care they wish. When we see doctors consulting their lawyers when patients are dying on operating tables because they're afraid of abortion bans, voting on this resolution is an embarrassment. It's unconscionable that when people are living in fear, even dying because they're denied health care, the House is ignoring this in favor of a political stunt. I stand with the American public and in opposition to this legislation.
The gentleman from Oregon yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this resolution. Being a mother is the greatest gift in the world, and childbirth is a true miracle of God. In 2019, pregnancy centers served roughly 2 million women, men, and youth. They provided services such as medical care, education, mentoring, and material support like diapers, car seats, and clothing. From 2016 through 2020, pro-life pregnancy centers partnered with pregnant women at risk for abortion to save over 800,000 lives. Approximately 75% of women at risk for abortion who view an ultrasound of their baby in the womb at a pregnancy center ultimately make the choice to continue their pregnancy. Merrick Garland calls parents who want to protect their kids from sexual indoctrination in schools domestic terrorists, but refuses to protect facilities that help pregnant women carry their babies from being attacked by far-left extremists. Since the Dobbs decision was leaked in May 2022 alone, approximately 40 churches and 60 pro-life pregnancy centers have been firebombed and vandalized across the country by pro-murder extremists. The range of cost of damages for each attack ranges from less than $100 to more than $250,000. Shameful. Some of the things they have said, they've spray painted on a church in Lansing, Michigan, abort the court, and death to Christian nationalism. Death for Christians that care about our country? I don't think so. They also caused $50,000 in damages in Bethesda, Maryland, setting fire to 3 churches. It's shameful. Jane's Revenge, which is a terrorist group, said if abortion isn't safe, neither are you. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join my Democratic colleagues in opposing on the strongest terms all forms of political violence. That is something that this resolution fails to do. This resolution fails to acknowledge decades of well-documented violence against reproductive health care providers in this country. And in failing to do so, it fails us all. I've seen that violence firsthand. More than 30 years ago, when I was a teenager, I stood in defense of our local Planned Parenthood as anti-abortion protesters tried to chain themselves to the doors to prevent women from going in not only to get abortion care, but to get their pap smears, their birth control, HIV tests, and other services. A few years later, a well-known anti-abortion activist drove a van through the front door of that same Planned Parenthood. Like I said, I welcome the opportunity to vote on legislation that condemns all forms of political violence. But the resolution's purposeful omission of abortion providers and patients and what that suggests is why I'm voting no today, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I am against all forms of violence, including violence against any one of the majority of Americans who support abortion rights. The statistics are absolutely clear. Since 1977, there have been 100 murders. There have been 11 murders, 47 bombings, 196 arsons, 49 assaults, and thousands of more illegal attacks on people who support abortion rights. Let's include everyone in here. When we talk about no more violence, we have to make sure that people who are pro-life and pro-people who support abortion rights, and we support life, are included in opposing violence.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Nadler. Madam Speaker, as co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, I rise in opposition to H-Con Res 3. Of course we condemn all political violence, whether it's aimed at those we agree with or disagree with. These acts are all unacceptable, full stop. Hate speech quickly becomes hate violence. And in a democracy, violence is particularly awful when it is designed to silence or intimidate. But where were my colleagues every single time a doctor or a patient or a nurse, a security officer was threatened, assaulted, or murdered just for providing, accessing, and safeguarding reproductive health care? Congresswoman DeGette, Congresswoman Presley, and I have drafted a resolution which condemns all attacks on healthcare facilities, healthcare personnel, and patients. Every act of hate-fueled violence is worthy of condemnation, including those against Planned Parenthood clinics, abortion providers, and patients and other care providers. We stand with survivors of those attacks. We condemn all of them, and our GOP colleagues should do so as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H-Con Res 3, which condemns the epidemic of attacks on pro-life and faith-based organizations. Unfortunately, Michigan's 5th District has not escaped these attacks. Last June, Jane's Revenge vandals graffitied and smashed the windows of Jackson, Michigan's Right to Life and my own office. It was a despicable act, and the Jane's Revenge perpetrator, who has yet to be caught, even accidentally graffitied a neighbor's house as well. Yet this darkness presented an opportunity to show the best of our community. Volunteers from the community came out to clean up the broken glass and help board up the windows. In contrast to this positivity displayed by everyday Americans, and despite congressional efforts we have spearheaded, President Biden's Justice Department has stayed silent on these acts of domestic terrorism. Today, congressional Democrats have an opportunity to right the wrongs of this administration and to join us in condemning these acts of violence as we condemn all acts of violence as well. Volunteers at pregnancy centers who remain committed to their convictions and efforts understand they have a target on their backs. These volunteers are individuals spending their time and their money to clothe, feed, provide shelter, and minister to women in crisis. Is this the progressive America my colleagues talk about? I think not. Does their idea of progress consist of political violence targeting those who provide services to women and families? Are intimidation and violence acceptable to the Biden administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I hope not. And so I strongly urge support on this resolution for the benefit of lives, security, and decency in our country, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's time for our Republican colleagues to stop playing politics with women's bodies. With the fall of Roe, the criminalization of abortion access nationwide with no exceptions is well underway. Just last year in my home state of Florida, Governor DeSantis signed a 15-week abortion ban into law that offers no exceptions for rape, incest, or human trafficking, and more restrictive policies are coming. Other states are even more restrictive, and the bill and resolution before us will further erode women's reproductive rights. These measures incentivize violence by failing to condemn a history of violence against abortion providers and patients. And while millions of Americans will lose under these measures, its harshest impacts land on single, working, and women of color. A lack of access to safe abortions not only deprives women of the basic right to control her own body, it also stifles her future economic, education, and family planning opportunities. It basically hands her body and life and future over to the state. These horrific anti-abortion measures are a revolting assault on women's rights, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on both measures. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, for whom I think this is his first speech on the floor, Representative Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard the word shameful a lot during this debate. But what's really shameful is the fact that my Democratic colleagues and I are willing to both say we condemn all violence and also put it on paper. But with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, all we hear is talk. They're not willing to condemn all violence in this resolution. It's a one-sided resolution meant to fan the flames of anti-abortion and anti-freedom sentiment in this country. See, my district in Central Florida sees these sentiments in action as our governor has passed an abortion ban and looks to go even further, and as someone whose birth mother made the brave and difficult decision to put me up for adoption, I recognize that that decision was deeply personal and can often mark one of the most vulnerable points in a person's life. No one should take advantage of that, and the federal government should actually protect it. I will continue to fight for civil rights, personal freedom, and bodily autonomy of women and childbearing adults in this country, and I hope the rest of this chamber will join me in voting no. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. And the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGatte.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. If my Republican colleagues want to condemn the growing level of political violence in this country, let's do it together. But that's not what this resolution does. What it does, it goes to great lengths to condemn attacks against anti-choice groups, and it says nothing about the growing threat of violence targeting women's health clinics across the United States. It doesn't condemn the numerous bullets that have been fired at healthcare clinics throughout the country. It doesn't condemn the bricks that have crashed through windows at providers' offices, or the assaults, kidnappings, and even the murders of doctors and healthcare personnel. It doesn't condemn the arsons, bombings, death threats, or any one of the more than 7,000 acts of violence that have been reported against these facilities. By ignoring these acts of violence, Republicans are sending a very dangerous message that will only embolden the extremists behind them. And that's why I ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to enter into the record a resolution that Congresswoman Lee, Presley, and I have introduced to condemn all acts of political violence, regardless of their target or intent, and I would urge my colleague to support it instead.
The gentlewoman yields back. No, I didn't go back. I asked for unanimous consent. Sorry. Okay. Without objection.
I thank the gentlelady. The resolution of this, the resolved part of our resolution says this, and I think all of my colleagues should be able to join this. Resolved that the U.S. House of Representatives condemns all acts of political violence. 2, condemns attacks on healthcare facilities, healthcare personnel, and patients. And 3, affirms that all people have the access to access reproductive health care services and medical advice without fear of violence, intimidation, or harassment. Isn't that what this is all about in this country? Fear from violence. Fear, no violence. Everybody gets the health care services they want, that they deserve, without fear of being killed. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
The gentleman from Colorado has yielded 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time, and I agree with my friend from Colorado that we should condemn all violence. We should condemn violence to unborn children also. That doesn't seem to be something that's shared on the other side of the aisle. One of the pregnancy centers that was targeted last year was Life Choices Pregnancy Medical Center located in my home state and at the time in my district in Colorado. On June 25th at 3:17 a.m., first responders responded to a fire at the pregnancy center. The fire was the result of an angry protest acting out of the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision. Not much was salvageable from the fire, but what remained were hateful and extreme messages graffitied on the exterior of the building. Kathy Roberts, the Executive Director of Life Choices, is here today to commemorate passage of this resolution. I'm honored to have Kathy here and to introduce her to this brave and dedicated, introduce you to this brave and dedicated woman. Thank you, Kathy, for being here. Sadly, our nation has become all too familiar with the violent attacks on pro-life centers. In 2022, over 100 pro-life centers were violently attacked, and there has been minimal accountability. Instead of Democrats accepting the Supreme Court Dobbs decision and condemning this violence, they have egged it on, including some who told pro-abortion protesters to rise up and commend their violence by stating it was a way for individuals to channel their righteous anger into meaningful action. Our nation is a nation of law and order, and violence is never the path we should pursue to create effective change. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York
Madam Speaker,
is
I now yield
recognized.
1 minute. What? I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. As chair of the Abortion Rights and Access Task Force, I rise to make plain exactly what is going on here. This is not a debate about political violence. Political violence and the violent rhetoric that drives it is a persistent threat. My staff, my family, and I know that intimately. Everyone should condemn it. Our colleagues across the aisle continue to say the quiet part out loud in their selective contempt for political violence. This resolution seeks to deny necessary medical care from those who seek it. Abortion is health care and a fundamental human right. Across the nation, those seeking care are met with intimidation, violence, and even loss of life. Imagine walking through a screaming crowd to get to a medical appointment. Imagine being a doctor or a nurse dedicating your life to helping others, and day after day your workplace receives violent threats and you fear for your life. But that is not what the other side of the aisle is concerned about. No, today, they are seeking to mislead the American people. They are trying to conjure up hateful rhetoric, spreading misinformation about crisis pregnancy centers. Let me make it plain. Crisis pregnancy centers are no place to go to for reproductive health care. They are sham clinics that coerce folks seeking to terminate a pregnancy or to access the full range of reproductive health services.
Another minute.
To those pressing these divisive anti-choice resolutions, we see right through you. Abortion is health care and a fundamental human right. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You have 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, for his strong defense of life, for the precious unborn, and for promoting a culture of life at all times. I stand, Madam Speaker, in support of H-Con Res. 3, expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. There have been now nearly 100 recorded acts of violence and intimidation against pro-life individuals and organizations by radical pro-abortion activists since the initial leak of the draft Supreme Court Dobbs opinion. Following the leak and issuance of the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, anti-life fanatics have targeted, destroyed, or vandalized, as I said, over 100 pro-life facilities, groups, and churches to further their radical cause. Pro-life pregnancy centers nationwide play a critical and important role in supporting and assisting pregnant women and their children and their families. Because the Biden Justice Department refuses to protect these vital resource centers, Congress must be clear in condemning the violence against pro-life facilities. And I urge all of my colleagues to stand against violence and to support H-Con Res. 3. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
The gentleman, is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close? Okay. Then the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if House Republicans were serious about condemning violence surrounding the debate on abortion, the resolution would be clear in condemning all acts of violence, lest we give tacit acquiescence to extremist anti-abortion violence against abortion providers. This resolution does not do that at all. Undoubtedly, my Republican colleagues will attempt to portray any opposition to this partisan resolution as proof of Democrats' so-called extreme position on abortion. But the American public is not so easily fooled. They will recognize this resolution for what it is, a transparent political exercise intended to lay the groundwork for MAGA Republicans' plans for a total nationwide ban on abortion. I urge all members to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to read what the resolution says. That Congress condemns recent attacks, over 100 of them in the last 7 months, on pro-life pregnancy centers and churches. Condemns recent attacks of vandalism, violence, and destruction against pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. Second, recognizes the sanctity of life, the important role pro-life facilities, groups, and churches play in supporting pregnant women, infants, and families. And 3, calls upon the Biden administration to use all appropriate law enforcement authorities to uphold public safety and protect the rights of pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. That's all it says. This is as apple pie as it gets. The hundreds of churches and crisis pregnancy centers that have been attacked in the last 7 months, this resolution says, Biden administration, use the FACE Act, which you've said applies not just to pro-abortion clinics, but also to pro-life crisis pregnancy centers. Use that to make sure we can stop this stuff from happening in the future. We condemn all violence every time it happens. Here's what's interesting. The violence against the abortion, that's been cited by the other side, against abortion clinics and people associated with them, guess what? Those individuals were prosecuted, and we support that. What we want to know is why. Why 100 attacks, over 100 attacks, why hasn't the Justice Department, to my knowledge, used the FACE Act to prosecute anybody? Why? Oh no, they say there's no political nature at the Justice Department now, there's no weaponization. Really? Because it sure looks like there's a conflict here. Sure looks like there's a double standard here. This resolution is as basic as it gets. I urge support. Hope this thing passes unanimously. And with that, we yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The concurrent resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up the bill H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 26, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit a health care practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or an attempted abortion.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members
from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 26.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. In simple terms, life is precious, life is sacred, all life, and we think including unborn children. But that's not what this legislation is about. This legislation is about those kids who were born alive, making sure they get protected. For over 40 years, the decision in Roe v. Wade, as Justice Alito has stated, inflamed debate and deepened division over the issue of abortion in this country. We've seen that play out over the last year. But what should be undisputed is the care of a child who is born alive after an attempted abortion. Unfortunately, as evidenced by comments from prominent Democrats, not everyone believes that a child born alive should be protected. We all know in 2019, then Governor Northam of the state of Virginia stated this: the infant would be delivered, the infant would be kept comfortable, the infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensure between the physicians and the mother. I mean, think about that. It's not just anybody saying that, it's the governor of one of our largest states. The cavalier attitude he displayed towards human life is just wrong. H.R. 26 would require healthcare practitioners to give the same level of care to a child born alive after an abortion or an attempted abortion as a child at that same gestational age. Work to save the kid's life, work to help that newborn. It would also require the immediate transfer of the surviving infant to a hospital. This legislation requires healthcare practitioners or other employees to report any violations of this provision to state or federal law enforcement for criminal prosecution. In addition, H.R. 26 provides the mother of an abortion survivor with a civil right of action against a health care practitioner who fails to provide the required level of care. It is simple. Infants born alive following an abortion are kids. They're children. All newborns deserve the same level of care. In the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers declared that it was life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the unalienable rights bestowed on us by our Creator. Congress has a duty to protect these fundamental rights. This should be an easy vote, I think, for all members. And I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Ann Wagner and Kat Kammick, for their diligent work on this legislation, and I urge all members to support it. And with that, we reserve our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 26, the so-called Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Despite what its supporters would have us believe, this legislation would do nothing to enhance protections or the quality of health care if an infant is born after an attempted abortion. What it would do, however, is directly interfere with a doctor's medical judgment and dictate a medical standard of care that may not be appropriate in all circumstances, which could in fact put infants' lives at greater risk. Finally, by beginning this new Congress with a bill to restrict women's health care nationwide, House Republicans have made clear that they will not stop until they reach their ultimate goal, a nationwide ban on abortion. It has always been the law that health care providers cannot deliberately harm newborn infants, and that they must exercise reasonable care in their treatment of such infants. The bill's implication that providers who perform abortions routinely act in a callous or criminal manner that would result in an infant's death, or that a provider who performs an abortion somehow cannot be trusted to take adequate measures to save a living baby's life, is insulting and untrue. In opposing this bill, I do not oppose in any way proper medical treatment for newborn infants, whatever the circumstances of their birth. But determining the proper treatment is for medical professionals to decide, not politicians in Congress. When I supported the Born Alive Infant Protection Act in 2002, my reasoning and the reasoning of my pro-choice colleagues was simple. Killing an infant who is born alive, either by an act of omission or commission, is infanticide. It was, is, and always should be against the law, and we saw no harm in reaffirming that fact. That law passed Congress with bipartisan support precisely because it was harmless, even if it was also useless, since it did not change the pre-existing law in any way, because after all, murder is murder in every state. The bill specifically just reiterated existing law in florid language and did nothing to interfere with doctors' medical judgment or to cause needless harm. Unfortunately, the bill before us today puts children's lives and health at risk. It requires doctors to immediately ensure transportation and admission of the infant to a hospital in all cases, with no regard as to whether doing so is actually in the best interest of the child's health and well-being. This mandate effectively overrides the careful case-by-case exercise of professional medical judgment by healthcare providers and replaces it with a blanket rule enforceable with criminal penalties. It may be, after all, in a given case, that it is more beneficial to the infant's health to be treated on the spot and not rushed to a hospital immediately. Such a ham-fisted approach fails to consider the fact that in many cases it may be safer and more conducive to the infant's health to care for the infant where it was born, rather than transporting it many miles away to a hospital. But this bill assumes that Congress knows better, and it imposes a new obligation on providers that, rather than saving lives, puts infants at risk. Perhaps if this bill had gone through regular order, we could have avoided this unfortunate situation. But there has never been a committee markup or a hearing on this bill, not in this Congress, nor in any previous Congress. I would have welcomed the opportunity to hear from expert witnesses on best practices and standards of care for infants. Members could have offered amendments and perfected the bill to ensure that it achieves our common goal of providing the best, most medically appropriate care to infants and their mothers. I am disappointed, but not surprised, that my colleagues rushed this bill to the floor when there is no evidence at all that doctors currently are failing to provide an appropriate level of care, and when a chorus of provider groups oppose this bill. Sadly, rather than protecting infants, my Republican colleagues are putting them at greater risk in the service of politics. Indeed, by bringing this bill straight to the floor as one of the first measures to be considered by the 118th Congress, excuse me, Republicans and the most extreme elements of the anti-abortion movement have signaled their determination to enact a nationwide ban on abortion. I cannot support H.R. 26 because it mandates a particular course of treatment, immediate transport to a hospital, which may not be appropriate and may be medically dangerous in certain cases. In doing so, it abandons the practice of considering the best medical interests of infants and their mothers. Republicans have made clear where they stand about a woman's right to control her body. Make no mistake, this bill is another step in their plan to criminalize abortion nationwide. I urge my colleagues to reject this ill-conceived legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserved. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just point out this bill has passed multiple times in previous Congresses, the exact same language, and it is passed with bipartisan support. I now want to yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the legislation, who has worked tirelessly on this good piece of legislation, the gentlelady from the state of Missouri.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my good friend and colleague, a champion for life, our chair of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan. I rise today, Madam Speaker, in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. I have championed this issue for decades, and I have been blessed and honored to lead this legislation since 2019. I am so grateful to the co-leads of this bill, Representatives Kat Cammack and our majority leader, Steve Scalise. Also to the leadership of this Congress, and especially to the thousands of champions of life across the country for their tireless work and support of the most vulnerable Americans, unborn and newborn infants. Thanks to these efforts, after dozens of unanimous consent requests, 2 discharge petitions, and countless hours of advocacy work, the House will at last take action to ensure that every single baby born in the United States receives life-saving medical care at their most vulnerable moment. All children should be welcomed with joy and wonder, no matter the circumstances of their birth. And yet too many of these sweet little ones are denied the medical care they need to survive and thrive simply because they were unwanted. This common sense legislation will require healthcare providers to administer the same level of care to the babies who survive abortions that they would to any other child born at the same gestational age. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will again join me in supporting the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, as some did, as our chairman mentioned, when it passed the House in both 2015 and 2018 with bipartisan support. To that point, I want to be absolutely clear that this bill has nothing to do with the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs to return abortion to the states. And not a word of the Born Alive Act obstructs states' abilities to implement Dobbs as they see fit. I strongly believe that states should control pro-life policymaking, just as I support exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. But today, we are considering an entirely separate issue. We're considering the protection of infants that have been delivered alive after an attempted abortion. That's it, plain and simple. I implore my Democratic colleagues to put aside politics and stand in support of life-saving care for these innocent newborns. We must remember today that children are not the only victims of born-alive abortions. Women, fathers, and whole families all suffer deeply from the loss of their child. Our communities are weaker because these bright young ones did not grow up to share their wisdom, their laughter, and ingenuity with all of us. Just down the hall, a little bit later this afternoon, we will meet with extraordinary women who survived abortions. When they entered the world, they were not greeted with the profound love and awe that I felt when I held my children and grandchildren for the first time. Instead, they were left to die. They are alive today because of the courage and the grace, mostly of nurses who chose to act as they struggled for breath. Each of these women has built a happy, healthy life, bringing light and joy to their friends and families and enriching their communities. They inspire us all. As a mother and grandmother, they affirm my belief in a culture of life for children, born and unborn, and their mothers and families. Every single newborn, regardless of the circumstances of their birth, deserves to share the miracle of life and have life-saving medical care. We must act with compassion to protect these little ones and give women a strong support system as they navigate the miracles and challenges of motherhood. This bill will save real lives, and it will give survivors a precious chance to build a future. I urge every member of the House to vote yes on H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Minority Leader of the House, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The Minority Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the distinguished gentleman from New York for yielding, all of my colleagues for their continued leadership on this incredibly important issue. The 118th Congress has begun, and the differences between our side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle couldn't be any clearer. Now, let me, of course, reiterate that as Democrats, we look forward to trying to find common ground whenever and wherever possible to solve issues of consequence on behalf of the American people, but we will oppose extremism whenever it rears its ugly head. Democrats have made clear we are going to continue to work on issues like lower costs, better paying jobs, safer communities, defend democracy, protect the public interest, ensure economic opportunity in every single zip code, and yes, fight for reproductive freedom. My Republican colleagues, you promised to come to Washington to fight for the American people, but have spent a lot of time fighting each other on politics, power, and personality, not working on issues related to the public interest. That's what the last few days have indicated, an extreme MAGA Republican agenda. Now that you are getting into substance, on Monday, you pass a bill designed to allow the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected to cheat on their taxes, subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless, benefit millionaires and billionaires, not working-class families, not middle-class families, not low-income families, not veterans, not everyday Americans, the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. That was on Monday. Then on Tuesday, you come to the floor and you pass a select committee on insurrection protection, a committee that is clearly designed, in the words of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to obstruct justice as part of your evident desire, as many of you have said, to eventually defund the FBI. That was Tuesday. And now on Wednesday, you come to the floor. Nothing on inflation, nothing on quality of life issues for the American people, nothing even on public safety. But you come to the floor as part of your march to criminalize abortion care, to impose a nationwide ban, to set into motion government-mandated pregnancies, So that's the distinction for today. As Democrats, we believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. Period, full stop. A decision that should be between a woman, her family, and her doctors. Period, full stop. We believe in Roe v. Wade. You wonder about our position? That's it. The Women's Health Protection Act. That's it. Freedom to make your own reproductive health care decisions. That's it. As compared to a clear effort, that's what this bill is about today, a march toward criminalizing abortion care. A nationwide ban, government-mandated pregnancies, part of an extreme MAGA Republican agenda. And so, yes, we continue to extend our hand of partnership if you truly want to work on quality of life issues. But we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it on Monday, we haven't seen it on Tuesday, and we're not seeing it today. So we oppose this bill, we oppose an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, and let's get back to the business of the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves, the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just point out the minority leader said their position is Roe v. Wade. Their position is real simple, and it's real radical. Their position is you should be able to take the life of an unborn child right up until their birthday, and then, as Governor Northam has said, even after their birthday, and that's what this bill seeks to stop and make sure doesn't happen. So that's as radical as you can get, taking the life of unborn children right up to their birthday, and then, as Governor Northam has pointed out, even after that. We want to make sure that even after that part never happens, because we believe life is precious and life is sacred. And I would yield now to one of the authors of this, co-sponsor of this legislation, the gentlelady from the state of Florida, Ms. Kamick. 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. And this bill does exactly what the title says, which in this town is a novel concept. I'd like to thank my colleague, Ann Wagner, for her tireless efforts. I'd like to thank our Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, for his efforts on this issue, and of course, Chairman Jim Jordan of the Judiciary Committee for being such an advocate for the pro-life community. Today, we are not talking about abortion. We are talking about children. We are talking about children who have been born and are fighting to survive despite an abortion attempt. In some cases, when a woman receives a late-term abortion, the baby can be born alive following the procedure. Federal law currently recognizes these babies as persons, but fails to outline any requirements of care after the infant is born alive. H.R. 26 would rectify this by requiring healthcare practitioners to treat any child born alive after an abortion as they would any infant, and requires that the infant be immediately treated with life-saving care and transported to a hospital. I honestly do not understand what is so controversial about that. This bill establishes criminal penalties for any healthcare practitioner or abortion clinic employee who fails to comply with the requirements established by this bill, because let's face it, no one can deny that a child who survives an abortion attempt, who is outside the womb, breathing and struggling for life despite all attempts to end it, doesn't deserve equal protection under the law. And under our law, murder is illegal. That shouldn't be a controversial position. 8 babies in Florida alone, just last year, 8 babies were reported to have been born alive during an abortion attempt. The stories are horrific. One that sticks out in particular, an NBC report in 2006. They told the story of a 23-week-old baby boy that was born alive at an abortion clinic in Hialeah, Florida. When he began breathing and moving, the abortion clinic owner, Belkis Gonzalez, reportedly cut the umbilical cord and zipped him into a biohazard bag, where he then died. It's hard to read those words. But as has been stated here, on this floor, in this chamber, this isn't about pro-life versus pro-choice. This is about protecting those most vulnerable. It's about who we are as a society, who we are as a people, and who we are as Americans. I hope that both sides of this chamber can agree that accountability is a good thing. Protecting these children is a good thing. It is time to put the party politics aside and the talking points aside and give these children, wanted or unwanted, a fighting chance, a chance that they all deserve. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. And the chair wants to remind our members to direct all their remarks to the chair. You're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Dean.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a crime now to kill a child born alive. In fact, in May of 2013, a Philadelphia man was convicted of first-degree murder in the killing of 3 infants. He's now serving life without parole. Either my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are unaware of this already existing crime with a penalty of life without parole, or this is another extreme political stunt. Let me be clear. Abortion care is health care, and that has been true for a very long time. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not interested in medical truths. No, instead they are interested in scaring people, outlawing all abortions, and criminalizing anyone they can. Politicians have no business making unsound medical decisions. We are legislators, not doctors. And in the unfortunate case when a child is born with fatal disabilities, this legislation will deny parents a say in how their child spends the final minutes, hours, or days of his or her life, whether hooked up to a medical device or in the arms of his parents. Expecting parents have enough worries. They should not have to worry about extreme politicians in their doctor's office or hospital, thinking they somehow know better. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 26.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a corpsman, that is a combat medic, in the Navy SEAL teams for over 20 years, and I'd like to give you a different perspective. If I were to encounter an enemy combatant on the battlefield who was wounded, which I have, I was obligated by international law to render medical care to that enemy combatant to the best of my ability, up to and including to the detriment of my own troops, or I would be subject to prosecution. I find it absurd. I find it unconscionable that this would be a matter of discussion on this body, that we would not render medical aid to the most innocent amongst us, an unborn child that is born alive after the most traumatic circumstances possible. So I would implore my Democratic colleagues to remember that this is not about a woman's access to abortion. This is about the sanctity of life and the basic dignity of a human child. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose this grotesque attempt to politicize abortion care and criminalize doctors. Politicians should not be in the business of mandating that women carry dangerous or unwanted pregnancies to term. And they should stay out of the doctor's office when Americans are exercising their fundamental right to decide when or if to have children. But right-wing extremists have made it their first order of business in this new Congress to attack abortion rights and spread disinformation. This bill is deliberately misleading. It's harmful to both people facing pregnancy complications and to the doctors who provide their care. If passed, it would cause more maternal deaths in this country, which are already a national shame. Congress has a responsibility to legislate honestly, and this bill is not honest. The American people deserve better than having Congress waste time on political stunts pretending to fix problems that do not exist. Americans don't want MAGA extremists to criminalize women's health care, and they don't want politicians in their doctors' offices. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, my friend, Mr.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Appreciate my friend Chairman Jordan yielding to me, and I want to thank my friend Representative Ann Wagner for introducing this important bill again. I think no better person than a mama and a grandmama, so she does a good job at both of those. Madam Speaker, babies deserve a chance to live. They deserve a chance at life, no matter their age or their circumstances. The Constitution says that people have a right to life. The science says babies are people. But the Democrats have been pushing trust the science, follow the science, trust the science, follow the science for the last 2 years, yet we are denying the science, Madam Speaker. When I was a little boy, I was asking my mama, we were talking about abortion, and we were talking about babies being born maybe that were disabled or had some other anomaly. And she said to me, I said, Mama, what would we do if one of those babies was born, if I was the father of one of those little babies? And she said, honey, we just love that baby just a little more. Madam Speaker, we need to love those babies a little more and not murder them. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition to the latest attempt by House Republicans to control women's reproductive freedom, a ruse to ban safe and legal abortions in this country. This legislation purposes to address nothing, something that does not happen. The hypotheticals some of my colleagues described are not based in fact. Their arguments are untrue. They do not represent how medicine actually works. Their suggestions are not only false, but they're callous. The truth is, abortions that occur after 3 months of pregnancy account for only 1% of all abortions. They occur almost exclusively because a woman's life is at risk. Her pregnancy is not viable. We should not be in the business of enacting laws that make these difficult and painful situations worse. What is not hypothetical is the real pain and suffering that politicians across this country are imposing as they continue to chip away at what should be an essential right. A woman must have the right to make health decisions that are in the best interest of themselves, their family, and their circumstances. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this sham piece of legislation and yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds really good to call you Mr. Chairman. You're going to do a great job for us, for the American people, more importantly. I rise today in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Since my first year in office, I've shown a strong commitment to promoting a culture of life. The bill before us requires practitioners who are present for an attempted abortion resulting in a live birth to exercise the same degree of care that would be offered to any other child born of that gestational age. After those efforts, the healthcare workers must admit the child to a hospital. This bill also gives mothers a civil action, cause of action, and protection from any prosecution, recognizing that women are the second victims of abortion and attempted abortions. I urge all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation because surely we can all agree that a child born alive has a right to live. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I would say, here we go again. For those of us who've served in the United States Congress, this is here we go again. This is legislation that is attempting to be wrapped in mercy, that is without mercy. First of all, it is without fact. It is extremely important to know that if you are here in the United States Congress, you know the history. because we've already passed the bipartisan Born Alive Infant Protection Act, which reiterates the fact that it is illegal to interfere with a newborn. They are protected from both intentional harm by healthcare performers and harm from medical negligence. Plain and simple, period at the end of the sentence. So why are we here today? We're here today for news clips. We're here today for quotes and condemnation of that other side of the aisle that wants to be reckless with the life of a child. I can assure you that those of us who have given birth, those of us who have lost in the birth process, are extreme lovers of those wonderful opportunities of life. I refuse and reject a condemnation of my personal self because I believe these decisions are with a God, the woman's God, the family's God, her faith, doctors, and of course, the persons who are part of the medical profession. I have article after article that talks about the tragedy of partial birth abortion, the name used more than a decade ago. You see, they always find creative names to be able to be criminalized. We heard from a member from a rural community that said, how dare you grab up the child, put them in an ambulance to take them hundreds of miles away from that family. Or maybe the family who found out that the multiple abnormalities of their child would not allow them to live. And they had waited 8 years for this wonderful baby. The decisions, unfortunately, neither life nor death come easily for these children. There's a painful existence marked by periods of breathing cessation and seizures when they are born. Because of my OB was unable to get a good image of the brain until the 13th week, we understand that these are personal decisions. We understand that these are painful decisions. So I stand with those families. I refuse to condemn those families, and I refuse to be merciless. I'm giving mercy and voting against this legislation, voting against it now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks.
The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 26, and I want to thank my colleague, the Chair of Judiciary from Ohio, for yielding me time. As a mother, a doctor, a former nurse, and the former director of Iowa's Department of Public Health, I know firsthand the preciousness of life and the importance of neonatal care and the tragedies that ensue when proper care isn't provided. In fact, the first healthy baby I delivered as a doctor was to a young teenager who put the baby up for adoption. Our nation promises 3 things: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is no clause in the Constitution to exempt newborns who survive an abortion procedure from these rights. It is not only reasonable and unreasonable, but inhumane to deny care to babies who were born alive. Regardless of maternal intent, what could be more extreme than denying care to an infant born alive? My colleague on the other side of the aisle from New York is correct. It is infanticide. H.R. 26 is legislation that would receive wide support from both sides of the aisle. It is unconscionable to think that some members will choose to vote against this bill, which will ensure infants receive life-saving care simply because of partisan politics. This legislation isn't about banning abortions, but saving the lives of living, breathing, innocent newborns. Many states, including Iowa, have put safe haven laws in place to allow parents to leave their infants at hospitals or care facilities without fear of being prosecuted. We already have laws in place to protect these infants. Why should infants who survive an abortion be treated any differently? Like all other medical professionals, I took the Hippocratic Oath, which promises that I will do no harm. This legislation reaffirms the Hippocratic Oath and ensures that doctors across the United States are providing the same standard of medical care to all infants, regardless of the circumstance of their birth. I urge all of my colleagues to stand and support life by voting for H.R. 26. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleague. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
My. Here we go again. Republicans are racing full steam to criminalize abortion nationwide. Madam Speaker, The American people want women, not politicians, to make their own health care decisions, including those about abortion. So as to this misleading, offensively named bill, let's vote it down and let's say no to putting women's lives in danger, no to denying patients needed life-saving care, and no to putting health care providers in prison for doing their job. Madam Speaker, because I love my grandchildren, I reject the extreme Republican agenda, and I'm standing here today with the Democrats for people to have the freedom to make their own personal decisions about their health, their life, and their future. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The Majority Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. I want to especially thank a gentlelady from Missouri, Ann Wagner, for leading this effort for so many years. I am so proud to rise in support of this bill that is about human dignity, and frankly, it's about common sense. The idea, Madam Speaker, that if a baby is born alive outside the womb, that baby in America could be killed and called abortion, not murder, defies logic. It defies humanity. In fact, when I've talked about this bill to other people over the years that Kat Kamek has had a discharge petition to bring to the floor, and so many others all across the country have asked Congress to address, the first thing that people express is shock. They say, wait a minute, if the baby's born alive outside the womb, alive, how could you kill that baby and that be legal? How is that not already murder? I questioned how it wasn't myself, and yet in a number of states it is legal and happening today. This is America. You see countries like China and North Korea. There aren't many countries in the world that allow this practice. The United States should not be one of those countries. This is inhumane. This transcends the abortion debate. Before the Dobbs decision, this bill still would have been constitutional to pass, because we're not talking about 20 weeks. We're talking about the baby born alive outside the womb. And yet, in America, there are some states that allow that baby to be killed and called abortion. You can call it whatever you want. It should be murder. It shouldn't be allowed. And this bill takes care of that. Everybody should vote for this bill. When you talk to people that identify as pro-choice, they're shocked that this is a legal process, so many of them. Some obviously still want it to continue, but we shouldn't. We should be better than that as a country. There's an amazing group called the Abortion Survivors Network. I've met so many of us, Ann Wagner surely met with some of these incredible people. You want to talk about a walking miracle. These are people alive today in their 20s, 30s, 40s, living incredible lives, who were the result of an abortion that wasn't successful. They lived through it. Think of the special plan God has for them, that they survived an abortion, and they're alive today. And they're incredible people. Everybody in this country should reach out and go meet them. It's a group, you can look them up. And their stories are incredible. Why should they be denied life? We're a country of laws. We're a country of great rights, our inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The first among those is life. If you're born alive in this country, again, very few countries in the world allow this to happen to someone born alive. So while there's shock when people find out that it's legal, we're the United States Congress. We can actually do something about it. Thank God we have people that are willing to stand up for those babies. Not even talking about inside the womb, outside the womb, born alive. If someone takes their life after they're born alive outside the womb, that should be murder. We should be protecting those young babies. That's what this bill does. It's a bill we should all be proud to support. It's a list that the United States should want to take itself off of. We shouldn't want to be associated with the very few countries who allow this barbaric practice to happen. Let's pass this bill. Let's become an even more perfect union. I yield back the balance of my time.
The majority leader yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman
Madam
from New York
Speaker,
is recognized.
Mr. Scalise, and every other Republican who has spoken on this bill is simply wrong on the facts. It is illegal and always has been illegal in every state and then federal law to kill an infant born alive. It is illegal and always has been illegal not to provide that infant with appropriate medical care. And just to make sure that no one had any doubts of that, we passed the Born Alive Infant Protection Act with bipartisan support in 2002. The problem with this bill is not that it makes anything, that it is not that it provides any new protections for infants. The problem with this bill is that it endangers some infants by stating that that infant must immediately be brought to the hospital, where, depending on the circumstances, that may be the right thing to do for the health and survival of that infant, or it may not. That is the problem with this bill. It directs and mandates a certain medical care which may not be appropriate, which may endanger the life of an infant in certain circumstances. That's why we oppose this bill, not because we don't think that babies born alive must be saved, but because we do think that babies born alive must be saved. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Woman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is extremist, dangerous, and unnecessary. Extremist because it would criminalize doctors with up to 5 years in prison and put them in fear of providing life-saving medically necessary procedures to those who are pregnant. Dangerous because the bill has no exceptions to protect the health of the patient and no exception for cases where there is a serious fetal anomaly. And unnecessary because, as Mr. Nadler said, it's already a crime to kill a baby born alive. Many of my Republican colleagues talk about keeping big government out of people's lives, but when it comes to one of the hardest, most intimate decisions that should be made between patients and their healthcare providers, these same colleagues think the government knows better. Republicans in Congress and conservative extremists on the Supreme Court are waging a war on reproductive health care, a war on bodily autonomy, and a war on the medical community and the doctor-patient relationship. I will continue to stand up against these assaults on reproductive freedom and against extremist, dangerous, unnecessary, and misguided policies like this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 26 and to its very name, because it is not about what House Republicans claim it's about. Because what they claim it is about isn't a thing. What this bill is about is an assault on the health, rights, equality, and dignity of American women and the people who provide their reproductive health care. It's an assault we've seen in my home state of Texas, where women having miscarriages are being turned away from the hospitals and told to come back when they are closer to dying, where doctors fear and are told that they cannot meet the standard of care for their patients. Providers and patients are afraid of misleading bills like this one, criminalizing health care. But of course, that's the point, isn't it? I stand here today, and I will stand here every day to oppose this bill and others like it, to talk about the real healthcare crisis facing women today, and to urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
H.R. 26 would rob families of the ability to make difficult, complicated medical decisions in some of the most heartbreaking circumstances imaginable. It is a mean-spirited solution in search of a problem. If the majority is interested in caring for newborns, I invite them to support Democrats' efforts to provide paid family leave to every new parent. Republicans are welcome to join our efforts to expand the child tax credit to families struggling with paying the bills. And we would be thrilled to have bipartisan support in this chamber to make child care affordable everywhere. Alternatively, House Republicans have brought up a bill designed to intimidate doctors and perpetuate disinformation about how abortion care actually works. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Instead, vote yes on the motion to recommit, which would bring up my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, legislation that would create a federal right to abortion care free from medically unnecessary restrictions in all 50 states.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, my friend and colleague, Chairman of the Judiciary, for yielding this time. As I've said before, we'll continue to say I am pro-life, I'm pro-family, and pro-child. And I'm very proud to see that one of the very first pieces of legislation that comes before this Congress and the new majority is protecting the vulnerable. And that's something I've always stood up for since my first time here in Congress. But it seems like there is some confusion, especially on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, about what this legislation is about. This legislation is very simple. It simply states and ensures that babies who survive an abortion receive the care and protection that they are not discarded because someone else had intended to end their lives. It prohibits health care practitioners from turning a blind eye to abortion survivors. No matter the intent of what you believe about life, failure to care for an unborn child is infanticide, and the law must be enforced. I would ask my colleagues to remember that the last time we voted on this bill, it was a bipartisan support, and I would ask again for support for this common sense, life-saving legislation.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Born alive has nothing to do with abortion. Providers are already required by law to provide appropriate medical care. Infanticide is murder. And what we heard earlier is just not true. It is a lie that should not be repeated. As our chairman had said, not only is it illegal to not care for a born infant, but the law that you have provided on the Republican side actually can create more harm. It requires immediately taking a struggling baby to a hospital. That hospital could be hours away and could be detrimental to the life of that baby. This is nothing more than the part of the effort to make abortion illegal nationally in this country. I object, and I urge a no vote and yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana for her first speech on the House floor. Ms. Houchin.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for yielding your time. I rise today in support of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. From New Albany to Salem to Madison, Hoosiers across southern Indiana feel as I do, that every life is precious and all lives deserve the dignity and respect of life-saving care. That's why I'm proud to stand alongside my colleagues in support of this pro-life bill. This legislation would ensure that children who are born alive despite an attempted abortion are given the same medical care and help as any other newborn infant. We know the majority of Americans agree that on this issue, saving the lives of babies who survive a botched abortion is not just humane, it's necessary and foundational to our constitutional right to life. It's why I'm an original co-sponsor on this important bill to support mothers and their children. I stand with Hoosiers on behalf of these vulnerable infants. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Democrats support the radical position of abortion on demand up until birth, funded by the taxpayers. And they would even deny an innocent child care that miraculously survives a botched abortion. This is a common sense support for life. I urge the rest of my colleagues to stand with us in defending life. On this issue, we should all agree. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman from New York
Thank
is
you, Mr.
recognized
Chairman.
for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about freedom, a core American value, specifically individual freedom, a value that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have for years co-opted, weaponized, and distorted. I simply do not understand how my Republican colleagues can demand the individual's freedom to spread a deadly disease to other people by not getting vaccinated or wearing masks, yet have the gall to deny the individual freedom to make decisions about one's own body that has no impact on anyone else. How can it be that autonomy to wear a mask or not is of greater importance than the autonomy over whether to have a baby or not? Let me say it plainly. We cannot talk about preserving our individual freedoms while simultaneously ripping away a fundamental freedom for women in this country. Control over one's reproductive health is a human right. We are in the first week of Congress, and what are we focused on? Is it to fight inflation? No. Create jobs for Americans? No. To protect children from gun violence? No. It's to continue the assault
gentleman's time
on our
has
autonomy,
expired.
on women's autonomy. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, a longtime champion for the pro-life cause, Mr. Smith.
I thank my good friend for yielding, and I thank Ann Wagner for
The
offering
gentleman
this
from New Jersey is
important
recognized for
bill.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in a Florida abortion clinic, Stochloria Williams delivered a live baby girl at 23 weeks. The clinic owner took the baby, who was gasping for air, cut her umbilical cord, threw her into a biohazard bag, and put the bag in the trash. Heartbroken, Ms. Williams later had a funeral for her baby girl, who she named Shanice. CNN has reported since that Ms. Williams suffers PTSD from that ordeal. Madam Speaker, why are these live births from abortion little known? Dr. Willard Cates, former head of the Centers for Disease Control Abortion Surveillance Unit, said several years ago, and I quote him, "Live births are little known because organized medicine, from fear of public clamor and legal action, treats them more as an embarrassment to be hushed up than a problem to be solved. It's like turning yourself into the IRS for an audit," he went on. "What is there to gain? The tendency is not to report because there are only negative incentives." Madam Speaker, Philadelphia abortionist Kermit Gosnell, one of the few who got caught, and it was under a state law, not federal, and many states don't have such laws. He was convicted for murder, for killing children who were born alive after attempted abortions. The grand jury report described it in this way, and I quote, "Gosnell had a simple solution for the unwanted babies he delivered. He killed them. He didn't call it that. He called it ensuring fetal demise. The way he ensured fetal demise was by sticking scissors in the back of the baby's neck and cutting the spinal cord, a practice he called snipping. The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act seeks to end or at least mitigate this egregious child abuse by requiring that a health care provider must exercise the same degree of professional care, diligence to preserve the life of that child as they would a child of similar age. The bill empowers the woman upon whom the abortion is performed to obtain appropriate civil relief. And I'm sure had it been available then, Ms. Williams would have done that as well. This is humane,
The gentleman's
pro-child,
time has expired.
human rights legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 26. H.R. 26 is presented within the context of what happened last year when the Supreme Court stripped millions of women in our country their status and free right for equal access to reproductive freedom. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to correct this wrong and bring back reproductive freedom for women. This bill is not about the safety of children. This is more of the same. This is about policing the bodies of women. A bunch of middle-aged guys in Brooks Brothers suits stand here today and try to tell women what to do with their bodies. That's what this is about. This is not about the safety of children. That's already illegal. So I stand here to oppose H.R. 26. There are 64 million women across America that have a reproductive age. They live here, in many of them, in states that are beating up on their rights to reproductive freedom. I stand here in opposition to H.R. 26 and ask my colleagues also to vote against it.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we have to say, how did we get to where we are today? How did we get to where we have to have a debate to defend life that survives the heinous practice of abortion? In the words of the infamous words of the governor of my very state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, just a few years ago, that governor said, if a baby survives an abortion attempt, the mother and the doctor would have a conversation while they kept the baby comfortable to decide what to do with it. He said that on air in a radio broadcast. I realize that the other side may not recognize the science of conception. I realize that the other side may not share what the premium or the value of innocent life in the womb that most Americans have. The party of death that believes in abortion up until the moment of birth at any time for any reason. Today we find ourselves even having to defend and protect life, a baby that survives an abortion attempt. If it were not so, if it were not true, then this bill should pass unanimously. But I fear that will not be the case, for this same party will not even vote later today, against and condemn the violence at pregnancy centers across the country.
The gentleman's time has
I
expired.
encourage everyone to support this bill and protect all life.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamala Gerdove.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 26. We didn't hop in a time machine back to the 1970s. It's 2023, and we all know what this is about. It is not about the protection of newborn children. It's about control. It's about Republicans' continued desire to control women, take away their freedoms, limit their bodily autonomy, plunge poor women deeper into poverty, and further marginalize those already not seen. It's about intimidating, silencing, and criminalizing doctors. It's about the nationwide abortion ban that Republicans have been itching to enact since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Bans that the American people have said loudly and clearly that they do not want. We cannot continue to let the extreme Republican Party attack and erode the rights of women across this country. We have a responsibility to put an end to politicians inserting themselves into the doctor's offices and uteruses of women across this country. I urge my colleagues to vote against this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Jordan, I rise in support of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Look, once again, House Republicans are eager to stand for the most vulnerable among us, the unborn. We are the party of life, and we're proud of it. There is no difference between an infant born alive after a failed abortion and an infant born into the arms of loving parents. And those two babies deserve to be treated with the same level of excellent medical care. Yet abortionists have demonstrated a lack of interest in preserving the lives of babies who enter the world alive and supposedly under their care. We know what happens in these clinics. By way of just one quick example, lifenews.com reports that an abortion provider in Minnesota was recently asked by a woman 22 weeks pregnant and considering abortion what that provider would do if her baby were taken out while his heart was still beating. The abortion provider responded, quote, "We don't tell women this, but if we were to proceed with the abortion and the baby was to come out still alive, most likely we would break its neck," unquote. That is chilling. That is barbaric. But our Democratic colleagues will not admit that, and they will not vote against it today. Watch the board. It will be shocking, and it will be true. The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act would make it a federal crime for abortionists to kill or fail to provide care to babies who survive abortions. I encourage all of our colleagues to support this critical legislation. As it said, it should pass unanimously, but it won't. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Skolten.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of parental and maternal rights and in opposition to H.R. 26. I'm the first mother in history to represent West Michigan in Congress. This matter is deeply personal to me. I recently shared publicly about my own experience navigating a complex miscarriage and the loss of my daughter. As a pro-choice Christian who chose life, this issue is so personal to me. My faith informs my actions, but it doesn't dictate the policy of an entire nation. And further, when I read the scripture, I turn to passages and I'm guided by passages like Jeremiah 1 verses 5, which states, "I knew you before I formed you and I placed you in your mother's womb." It doesn't say the government's womb or the speaker's womb. It says the mother's womb. I believe life is precious, but I reject the idea that if I embrace the sanctity of life, I also must be forced to invite the federal government in to regulate it. We must protect families from unnecessary government intrusion into the most sacred and personal decisions of our lives and our children's lives. Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. All life is sacred. Defending innocent lives should not be a policy issue. This legislation protects babies who are not only born, but who are then left without care from an attempted abortion. A baby who survives an abortion should receive the same medical attention that any other premature baby would. These precious souls are given another chance at life. It is unacceptable that there are no criminal charges for those who want to take their life away. The people who allow babies to be killed after birth must be fully prosecuted. Let's be clear. Killing a baby who is born alive, regardless of an attempted abortion, is murder. The previous Democrat-controlled House has refused to vote on this bill. Today, a Republican-led majority keeps our commitment to America by voting on legislation that upholds the sanctity of life. I urge the passage of this bill on the House floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Just a couple of minutes ago, we heard a speaker on the other side of the aisle criticized Republicans saying we don't support wearing masks and wearing masks affect others. However, having an abortion affects only a woman. So what is an abortion? What is an abortion? It's the intentional taking of the life of an unborn child. How in the world can you say that an abortion does not affect anyone except the woman? That's the core of the difference between those of us who support unborn children and born children. Those who support abortions ignore the fact that another life is involved. And that is the core of the issue. There are two lives involved here, the mother and the unborn baby. We must recognize that. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have one additional speaker who is momentarily going to be stepping out of the cloakroom and I would yield Mr. Klein from Virginia. Oh, I take that back, Madam Speaker. I think we're ready to close.
The gentleman from
We
Ohio
have one
reserves.
more speaker, and then we're prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 26 and urge my colleagues to instead support my motion to recommit to take up and pass Representative Judy Chu's Women's Health Protection Act that will restore the protections that we had under Roe v. Wade. If there's one thing this last election showed us, it's that the American people believe strongly that every woman in this country should have the ability to make her own health care decisions, including abortion. Sadly, however, if there's one thing this past week showed us, it's that the House Republicans just don't care at all about that. They don't care that 61% of the American people strongly support a woman's access to abortion care. They don't care that just 2 months ago, a record number of Americans showed up at polling locations across the country to overwhelmingly reject the GOP's plan to criminalize abortion care. They don't care that in every state where abortion restrictions were on the ballot, they were rejected overwhelmingly in places like Kansas. They don't care that Americans think that people, not politicians, should be making these decisions. Apparently, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think they know how abortion decisions should be made, not a woman and her doctor. So instead of taking heed of the will of the American people, my Republican colleagues are intending to do just the opposite. The legislation before us today is part of a concerted effort to fast-track this extreme agenda of anti-choice legislation. It creates new criminal penalties for healthcare providers that fail to provide specific standards of care that the politicians on the other side of the aisle will enact after an attempted abortion. And so it doesn't really protect newborn children in any way. Why? Because if a child is born, it is already illegal to kill it, as it should be. And unlike what the majority leader said, it's already illegal in every single state in this country. It's illegal to kill people in this country. But just in case anybody was confused about this, as Chairman Nadler said, in 2002, Congress passed the Born Alive Act, and all of us, including me, the co-chair of the pro-choice caucus, voted for it because clearly, if the baby's born, we shouldn't kill it. Duh. So what does this bill do? What it does, as I said, it creates criminal penalties for healthcare providers that don't do what the Republicans think they should do, and it creates new complicated standards that will make it harder for healthcare professionals to do their jobs. I ask for another minute, Mr. Chair.
I yield the gentlelady another minute.
So what it does is it hopes to deter doctors from providing abortion care in the first place, which is exactly what we saw after the Dobbs decision. This is not what the American people signed up for, folks. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject these extreme measures and instead to support my motion to recommit to take up and pass the Women's Health Protection Act to ensure that everybody in this country, no matter where they live, has the access to the reproductive care they ask. I ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to add the text of my amendment to the record immediately prior to the text of the motion to recommit to the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
James, should we have objected to that? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentlelady for her remarks. I'm a little bit confused, though, because it wasn't before 2002 when our previous governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Governor Ralph Northam, said on a radio show that if a baby was born alive, that the baby would be made comfortable, that then a conversation would ensue between the doctor and the mother about whether or not and how to treat that baby. Essentially saying, if you want to go ahead and kill your baby after it's born, go right ahead. That type of attitude persists, continues, and if there are laws that exist to prevent it, the governor was not aware of them, I'm not aware of them, that would apply in that situation. That's why this legislation is so important, because contrary to House Democrats and the Biden administration, the American people overwhelmingly believe that babies who are born alive should be protected, that a baby born alive, even after an attempted abortion, should be afforded the same constitutional protections as every other American. And I'm proud to support the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, which would require appropriate medical care for children who survive abortion procedures, and it imposes strong criminal penalties for the failure to provide such care. So if a doctor, like our former governor, Dr. Northam, was back then, if he was engaging in the activities that he spoke about on that radio, he would be subject to those same criminal penalties. Protecting living and breathing babies outside the womb should not be a partisan issue. It should be one around which we all should unite, and I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Is reserves? Okay. The
Madam
gentleman from New
Speaker,
York.
I end this debate by reiterating the point I made at the beginning. This legislation would do nothing to enhance protections or the quality of health care if an infant is born after an attempted abortion. It has always been against the law to intentionally kill or harm a newborn infant, whatever the circumstances of its birth. It has always been against the law not to afford such an infant appropriate medical care. The bill does nothing new to protect infants. The bill, however, is not harmless. Rather, if enacted, it could place the lives and health of newborn infants at risk. The bill directly interferes with a doctor's medical judgment and dictates a medical standard of care, namely immediate transport to a hospital, that may not be appropriate in the particular circumstances. That is why a broad coalition of healthcare provider groups, joined by a wide range of additional health, civil rights, and women's rights groups, strongly opposes this bill. We should listen to these healthcare professionals. We should support keeping babies alive, which is what the Republicans say they want to do, but yet they have this legislation that would endanger babies' lives by dictating a standard of care that may not be appropriate in certain situations. We should listen to these healthcare professionals. This legislation is just another step in Republicans' plan to criminalize abortion nationwide. The House must reject this seriously flawed bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just say that the document that launched this experiment in freedom we call America, the Declaration of Independence, talks about all are created equal, endowed by our Creator with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think it's interesting. I think we all probably think it's the order the founders placed the rights they chose to mention. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You can't pursue happiness. You can't chase down your goals and dreams if you first don't have freedom. And you don't have freedom, true liberty, unless government protects your most fundamental right, your right to live, your right to breathe, your right to life. That's what this legislation is about, protecting the most innocent, the most vulnerable's right to life. I urge a yes vote and hope this thing passes unanimously. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Title 18, United States Code, to prohibit a healthcare practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Daggett of Colorado moves to recommit the bill H.R. 26 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B, Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Do what? The gentlewoman from Colorado.
Madam Speaker, on that I request to record a vote.
Gentlewoman requests the yeas and nays.
I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adoption of the motion to recommit H.R. 26, passage of H.R. 26 if ordered, and agreeing to the H-Con Res 3. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 26 offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will designate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 26, offered by Ms. DeGette of Colorado.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212 and the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise? Just a minute. Please suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Ohio.
Order! Madam Speaker, ask for the yeas and nays.
The nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, there are 220 yeas and the nays are 210 with 1 present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on agreeing to H-Con Res 3, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 3. Concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches.
The question is on agreeing to the concurrent resolutions. Member will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 209. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the member from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor from H.R. 27.
The House will be in order. I'm sorry, could the member from Indiana repeat?
Okay. Madam Speaker, I hereby remove myself.
For just a moment. It's still. Okay. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, we are having a difficult time hearing.
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor from H.R. 27.
The request is granted.
Be in order. The House will be in order. Members will take their conversations outside the floor. The House will be in order. Members will take their conversations off the floor, please. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last night, Florida's 1st Congressional District lost an American hero who endured the tragedy of Pearl Harbor, Chief Warrant Officer Frank Emmond. In 1938, Frank enlisted in the Navy as a French horn player, where he went on to become band director. And on December 7, 1941, Frank was preparing to play Morning Colors on the USS Pennsylvania when at 7:55 a.m., a line of Japanese planes came from the east with a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. Frank boldly walked to the conductor's stand, picked up his baton, and proceeded to direct the band in Stars and Stripes. Frank Emmond was a true patriot who deeply impacted the lives that he touched doing what he loved to do, music. Frank led the Pensacola Civic Band, the U.S. Air Force Band's Airmen of Note, and currently holds the Guinness World Record as the world's oldest conductor. My greatest condolences to Frank Emmond's family. Thank you, Frank, for being an American hero. Your legacy is woven into the history of this country and this Congress. I yield back.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the Republican decision to cut the funding for the, wrong one.
The House will be in order, please. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn the attack, condemn the Republican decision to weaken the Office of Congressional Ethics. It is an independent, nonpartisan office that reviews allegations of ethics violations by congressional members. It is a watchdog that makes sure that this chamber operates in the best interests of the American people. But the Republicans voted to take control of it so they can limit investigations of Republican members. Republicans claim to represent Americans, yet the first acts were not to help the working American families. Instead, they weakened the governmental oversight of their actions, all done to make sure that they can abuse their power and push an unpopular agenda on the American people. It is disgraceful action that reveals the anti-American nature of the Republican Party today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Rick Deasy, the FLETC Associate Director for Training, who plans to retire this coming February. Rick has had a long and impressive career working for the federal government. He served honorably for 22 years in the Armed Forces with active and reserve Special Operations Forces. Before working at FLETC, Rick served as Chief of the U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and the Homeland Security Investigations Training Academy. During his tenure as the Associate Director, Rick was charged with developing and executing FLETC's COVID-19 response, which he did impeccably. He also championed the need for a FLETC medical liaison officer to service medical professionals and trainees. While Rick may be retiring, his impact on FLETC, our district, and our nation will be felt for generations to come. Congratulations, Rick, on a wonderful and successful career. We hope you enjoy your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the 110th Founders Day of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, founded in 1913 by 22 collegiate women from Howard University who refused to be denied the right to march in the Women's Suffrage March. I am so proud today as we push forward with fortitude to join the 7 female members of Congress standing strong here in the halls of Congress, working together, just as our founders did, to advance the fight for voting rights. for women's reproductive rights, for criminal justice, housing, HBCUs, and education. But most importantly, I'm proud to join my Delta sisters, Congresswoman Clark, McBath, Plaskett, Crockett, Lee, and Fouché. To my sisters in Deltas and all members of Pan-Hellenic, we say thank you for your service, but most importantly, today I say Happy Founders Day. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 2nd, what started out as an exciting game for our beloved Buffalo Bills turned into a tragedy that captured the attention of a nation. It became instantly clear that Damar Hamlin's collapse on the field would be seared into our memories as a moment where you remember exactly where you were and who you were with. But for millions of Americans across every political spectrum, every background, every race and ethnicity, it was a moment of unity that reminded our nation of the power of prayer. It reminded us that our faith matters above all else. In our dire moment of need, our nation turned to God, just as Damar Hamlin would have wanted. He is a man of unwavering faith who has spent his gift of life honoring God and spreading love. I'm happy to report today that Damar Hamlin was released from the hospital. His recovery is a miracle. May Damar's adversity serve as an inspiration to remind us all that despite any differences we may have, we are one nation under God and indivisible. Go Bills.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a representative for the Central Coast of California, which has endured some of the worst storms and flooding in recent memory, to say thank you. Thank you to our firefighters, our emergency crews, our search and rescue teams, our law enforcement officers, and all of our first responders and local leaders who have stepped up to save lives and protect property in our communities. I share one story of this effort. On Monday, members of the Lompoc Fire Department reacted quickly to save a couple from rising floodwaters. As they carried out the rescue, they discovered that moments before, the woman had given birth. Thanks to the quick work of the Lompoc Fire Department, all three were rescued and are resting safely. Mr. Speaker, our first responders have stepped up to avert further disaster this week, and I am proud today to take a moment to recognize their service in the permanent record of this body. I yield back.
First, does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
For 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to honor the lifetime of achievement of Mr. James Holmes. Following decades of service to the Culpeper community and 35 years of service to the Culpeper County Electoral Board, Mr. Holmes is stepping down as the current chair of the board at the end of this year. Growing up in Culpeper, Mr. Holmes attended George Washington Carver School, and was among the first integrated classes at Culpeper High School. Mr. Holmes' determination to improve our Commonwealth for future generations of Virginians brought him back to Culpeper after he graduated cum laude from Virginia Union University and earned his JD from Howard Law School. A licensed and ordained Baptist minister who has pastored in Culpeper for decades, Mr. Holmes has held many positions with the Wayland Blue Ridge Baptist Association. From his service on the electoral board to casting an electoral vote in 2008 for our first black president, Mr. Holmes has demonstrated a commitment to civic engagement and elevating the voices of Virginians within our communities. Mr. Holmes has touched many lives throughout his career as president of Culpeper Housing and Shelter Services, president of Culpeper County United Way, president of the Culpeper County Equalization Board, and as a caring member of his community. Today I stand on the United States House of Representatives floor to thank James Holmes for his commitment to progress, equality, and community empowerment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the incredible volunteer work of my constituent, Ed Hannon of Charlestown, West Virginia. Ed began volunteering for Fire and Rescue Services in 1978 at the age of 16. Ed took a job as a paid first responder in Arlington, Virginia in 1983, but continued to give his time volunteering. When he moved to Jefferson County in 1993, he joined the Citizens Fire Company. Jefferson County has no paid fire and EMS personnel, so they rely on dedicated volunteers like Ed to provide these critical services. Ed ran his final calls on December 31st, completing 44 years of dedicated volunteer service. I wish Ed well in retirement and thank him for his service to the citizens of Jefferson County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, House Republicans sadly displayed their incoherent and chaotic approach toward governing in this country. But when it comes to ripping away the reproductive rights and freedoms of women across the country, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have never been more united. Despite the many immediate challenges facing our country, their priority was to criminalize abortion care and to put the health of women at risk. The party that claims they want government out of our lives could not move more quickly to put the government and politicians in charge of one of the most personal decisions a woman can ever make. Listening to my colleagues pontificate about the sanctity of life while attempting to take away life-saving health care for millions of women is appalling. I'm proud to stand with House Democrats to continue to fight for reproductive freedom and reproductive justice and the right to abortion across the United States. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the changes the House Rules package made to the Office of Congressional Ethics. OCE is a critical, independent ethics watchdog, and it is a poor indication of the GOP's commitment to integrity that House Republicans have gutted OCE as their first act in the majority. The Republican rules package term limits the members of the OCE board, and in doing so removes the 3 Democratic members of the bipartisan board, giving Republicans a majority of seats instead of maintaining an even partisan divide. These rules also require OCE to hire staff within a month, which requires a vote of 4 board members, guaranteeing a partisan lean against most staff. With these rule changes, my Republican colleagues are deviously turning the Office of Congressional Ethics into a zombie, alive in name but unable to execute its vital mission of investigating misconduct and ridding Congress of corruption. After 14 failed speaker votes and the undermining of independent ethics reviews, House Republicans have demonstrated their commitment to dysfunction and poor governance. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the body and revise and confirm my
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the service of Dr. Chris Farnantano. Dr. Farnantano has dedicated his career and his life to improving the lives of others and advancing wellness and compassionate care in the district that I represent in Contra Costa County in the San Francisco Bay Area. Over the course of his 30 years, Chris has served as an important leadership role at the Contra Costa Regional Medical Center and its clinics, and ultimately ended up as the Contra Costa County Health Officer in 2018. Chris's commitment to promoting public health and well-being in our community is apparent in all of the work he has done. In 1997, he assisted in the development in the Pittsburgh, California Health Center's HIV medical clinic, which was the first of its kind in the nation. Chris was also instrumental in minimizing the spread of the coronavirus in our county and in the region. Chris's work has had significant impact on our community, and our county admires his compassion and his dedication and wishes him well in his retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are now on the eve of the 25th anniversary of the historic Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Historic in large measure because of the American dimension, through negotiated settlement which helped to bring about the end of the longest-standing political dispute in the history of the Western world. It was the people of goodwill in both parts of the island that voted in referendum questions to help bring about this remarkable achievement. In this House, the question of Ireland has always been bipartisan, and it has been celebrated by both political parties here with great enthusiasm and so recognized. Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania and I, as chairpersons of the Friends of Ireland, we will be asking members to sign the proclamation that we are offering through this resolution that will celebrate this historic achievement as we prepare across America and the UK and the Republic of Ireland and the North of Ireland for this celebration. These have been, it will never happen moments that we've all had a chance to participate in, and I hope that members will all sign this historic resolution celebrating and acknowledging this achievement.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the heroism of Paul Bandy, his wife Amy Johns, and Heath Braddock. On a clear summer day last summer, Steve Bremer, a triathlete, was doing his routine swim about 150 yards off the coast of Monterey Bay, in Monterey Bay when he was attacked by a great white shark. Pulled underwater, bitten across his thigh and abdomen, and bleeding profusely, Steve saw the cold black eye of that predator, fought him off, and yelled for help. Paul, a police officer, Amy, a nurse, heard the cries and paddleboarded to the victim. Heath, who was on shore, grabbed a surfboard and joined in the rescue. Even though there was blood on top of the water and a shark lurked underwater, all three heroes were undeterred, got to Steve, got him out of water, and saved his life. For their actions, the rescuers have been honored by the Red Cross and the Carnegie Commission. Steve, although not yet doing triathlons, is walking and swimming again. Today, Mr. Speaker, I honor all of them for their determination to fight in the face of danger, for their will to act despite it being to their detriment, and to fulfilling what it means to be a hero in our community on the Central Coast and in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again this morning, thousands of Americans found themselves in airports staring at delayed and canceled flights. This comes barely 3 weeks after tens of thousands of Americans and many of my own constituents missed the holidays because of the catastrophe on the part of the airlines. The airlines that got billions of dollars in this chamber from the taxpayers, the American people, barely 2 years ago. This is how the airlines repay the support that this institution gave to them so that they could get through COVID. Now, the private markets will presumably address the failure of Southwest and other airlines. What happened this morning was a failure of government. The notice to air missions is a function of the FAA, and I'd like to point out that after last week when we heard constant cries for cuts to the budget, understand, my friends, cuts to the budget means that we underinvest in the infrastructure that my constituents were relying on this morning. As we think about the budget in the next 2 years, let's remember what happened this morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Swikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I don't know if I can top Panetta's, my friend from California's great white shark attack, or talking about airline delays, but we're going to do something that's particularly amusing and fun. We're going to talk about why the fiscal house of the United States is collapsing. And for a number of folks who've watched my floor presentations, a lot of this is going to be familiar. This is a primer particularly for our new members. Right now, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new staff with the new members here in the House of Representatives, and hopefully on the 1,000-some televisions around the campus where you have C-SPAN on. Please, if you actually are interested, if you really want to understand how much trouble we're in, give me a few minutes of your time. Well, actually, give me almost an hour of your time. Let's sort of walk through the reality. I'm going to walk through some of the solutions that are absolutely wrong. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the reality of the math. And the punchline we're going to come back to multiple times is really simple. The primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt is our demographics. Those of us who are baby boomers, we got old. And the political class here, unless we're willing to tell the truth, there is no path to saving us from a failed bond auction, a failed debt crisis, a world where we all live dramatically poor. And it doesn't have to be that way. And look, I know I'm a broken record, but damn it, somehow we got to get this to start to sink in. So let's actually walk through some of the reality. I always start with this chart because it's just easy to get your head around. This is 2022. Now, the funny thing is, looks like 2023, the percentage that is mandatory, that means it's on autopilot. Your members here, people like me, we won't vote on it. This is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, these things that are a formula. This percentage actually went down it looks like it's going down in this budget year. It's not going down because we're spending less money. It's because we're spending so much more money on discretionary. It actually took several points more of the percentage of spending. Now, a lot of that was one-time spending, will fade back down. But you got to get your head around. The majority, the vast majority of U.S. spending is what we call mandatory. It's entitlements. It's you get because you work so many quarters. It's because you turned a certain age, because you're a certain tribal group, because you're a certain level of poverty. You get these benefits, and they're automatic. It's a formula. And then over here, you see this little green part? That's discretionary. That's what we call non-defense discretionary. This is what everyone thinks of as government. That's your foreign aid, that's your FBI, that's the IRS, that's all those things. And here, the blue, that's defense. And you're going to see, I'm going to show you in some charts later, my brothers and sisters on the left will often throw out rhetoric of, cut it defense, get rid of it. Believe it or not, it's not even enough money to keep us in balance. You can get rid of every dime of defense. There needs to be an understanding of reality. Your government is an insurance company with an army. And I know that sounds trying to be somewhat humorous, but it happens to be the truth. Think of it that way. So what's the primary drive? If I came to you right now and said, you're a new member of Congress, you've made a passionate pitch to your voters that you're going to take on the deficit. Okay, did you stand in front of your voters and tell them over the next 30 years, 100% of the deficit is Medicare and Social Security? The rest of the budget, according to the Congressional Budget Office, actually has a positive balance. Over the next 30 years, and this is based on the 22 numbers, with inflation, some of this is actually worse today. And we're not going to get the updated numbers till probably mid-February using the Congressional Budget Office. Functionally, Medicare, the shortfall in Medicare is about 75% of all of our borrowing. The shortfall in Social Security, and the reason you put that on there, understand, look at the Social Security actuary report. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat. These are people that actually own calculators. With the COLA that was just given, you lost almost a full year of life. So there's this trust fund. Yes, it's Social Security money that we've paid in over the years. It's then loaned to the Treasury. The Treasury gives special, think of this, special Social Security T-bills. And then when the Social Security needs money, they cash them in with Treasury. Fine. And then actually, the Treasury goes out and borrows other money. That money runs out in about 10 years. 2 years ago, I believe, the Social Security actuary report said when the trust fund runs out, our brothers and sisters who are 65 and older, or who are actually 62 and older, or whoever are just taking a Social Security check, will get about a 27% cut. I think last year's actuary report said about a 25% cut. It's based on, here's our projection of the revenues, the FICA taxes we take in today, and then it goes out the door. There's some data out there that says 10 years from now, unless we fix Social Security, you're going to double poverty among seniors. What's the moral aspect there? How many of this body are ready to actually deal with the political nightmare cascade of the trolls who lie, the politicians, trying to tell the truth about a multi-trillion-dollar system that's out of money and what the negative shortfall. You do understand, I think the model said like in the next 60 years, 65 years, it's like $212 trillion short. And that's just the Social Security Trust Fund. And it is gone in about 10 years. It lost almost a full year of actuarial life with this year's COLA. These are the things that we're here to fix instead of the trite crap we come behind these microphones and talk about. These are the things that destroy a society because it breaks our promises. And how about, yes, don't laugh at me. My wife and I are both 60, and I have a 6-month-old. We adopted another child. When my 6-month-old is 25 years old, two things. We either blow up the debt and deficit, which we're probably going to do that too, or double the U.S. taxes. When he's 25 years old, we have to double corporate taxes, import fees, tariffs, everything else, every what we call receipt. We got to double. It means top marginal rates like 70-some%. That's just the federal. Do you understand what these numbers mean? This was based that we have $114 trillion of borrowing in today's dollars. And these calcs were done before this inflationary cycle. This is what takes down a republic. How serious is this body really about telling the truth about the math? So let's actually walk through the fragility. And once again, I'm doing this substantially for the new members and the new staff here to understand what reality is. All day long, you are going to get pitched with people with shiny objects, or I need you to regulate this so I don't get competition in my business in the home district. I want some free money. I want you to give me a grant. We get this inbound all day long. We get the crazy conspiracy theory that has nothing to do with reality, and that consumes our time instead of thinking about this math and coming up with actual solutions. And we've come to this floor over and over and over with solutions. Except it seems to terrify our brothers and sisters here because it means A, telling the truth about the math, and then it means we got to do things really differently. You got to legalize technology. You got to legalize the disruption because it's not about changing who pays. Before I do this, let's see if I can explain this. For my fans on the left who love Obamacare, the ACA, understand it's a financing bill. It just moves the money around. I get subsidized over here, but this group has to pay. The brilliant Republican alternative was a financing bill. Now, we actually did a more elegant job of spreading it along the curve, so you got some efficiencies, but it was still a financing bill. It's who had to pay and who got subsidized. Medicare for All is a financing bill. It strips and this pays. None of those ideas in regards to health care change what we pay. They just move around who pays. Until the conversation becomes about what we pay, you can't save us. Because the debt doesn't change. And on my very last board, I'm going to do something that's a little cranky and a little mean. I'm going to make fun of some of my own work. But I'm going to tell the truth that a lot of times when we talk 10 years to balance, you do realize one of the things we're doing is saying we're going to take this portion of the spending and we're just going to give it back to the state. We're going to take this portion of spending and make the users of Medicare or users of this group or this, that, we're going to make the individuals pay, but we're going to take it off the federal books, but we don't change the spending as you would do the calculation as a percentage of the gross national product, the GDP, or gross domestic product. And that's what's so important here. Unless we legalize the disruption and do this quickly. I had a meeting earlier in my office today with someone that's really smart, who's been here for a long time. He's a medical doctor. He's one of my favorite members. David, you got to go slower. People aren't going to embrace it. The bureaucracy is going to fight you. Do you know how many vested interests there are in the lobbyist class and down in K Street? Why, we're watching the numbers erode. I'm going to show you a slide here that structurally, 10 years from now, we may have a structural $2 trillion a year deficit. That's the structural deficit. And half that will be just interest. Is this body ready to tell the truth about the math? Because the math will always win. And one of the other things that terrifies me here is we're not telling the truth about the fragility of interest rates. Take a look, and I'm going to do 2 or 3 slides here, but you start to look what happens if interest rates are up. So rising interest rates could push up the national debt towards 300%. So get this. If the mean interest is 3 points over what CBO projected last year, which, believe it or not, is actually closer to the mean of interest we had paid over the last 30 years. So if we go back to what was normal for the last 30 years, you're at 345% of debt to GDP. It's all gone. If you care about the poor, there's no more money for them. You care about defense, there's no more money. We're basically, every dime is just covering interest. Government is gone. The fantasy that goes on around here of let's talk about shiny objects but avoid the real crisis ahead of us. And I'm going to show a bunch of slides that the Democrats' proposals of raising taxes doesn't work, and a bunch of the Republican ideas of let's get rid of waste and fraud, we'll get rid of foreign aid. Do you realize every dime of foreign aid covers about 12 days of borrowing? Last year we borrowed $43,600 a second. And how much of the conversation here is about my little Matthew, who's 6 months old? What's his future like? Does anyone here give a damn about your kids, your grandkids, your own retirement? This is everything. This will take us down. Will this body take it seriously? And you start to look at the charts. This is where we're at right now. Understand, the CBO model is now starting to look at that 10 years from now, 2032. That may seem like forever, but it's 10 years. What were you doing 10 years ago? Do you remember? Wasn't that long ago. We're heading towards a structural cost just of $1 trillion just on interest. Just the interest cost. Now add on another $1 trillion in spending. And remember, in that 10 years, just Medicare and its portion of Medicaid go up $1.1 trillion. The total budget 10 years from now goes up, I think, just a little less than the CBO model from a year ago was about $2 trillion. We're spending more. We take in about $0.5 trillion more plus on new tax receipts. It basically means you're heading towards a structural deficit, close to $2 trillion a year. And that's the baseline. Now, how many of you ran for office here and said, I'm going to balance the budget? Okay. Your structural deficit 10 years from now is $2 trillion. What are you about to do? I'm just going to move it to the states and let them pay for it. I'm going to play a shell game. I'm going to tell my voters it's waste and fraud. I'm going to tell my voters I need to tax businesses more. We got old. I'm sorry. But go back to that second slide. Every dime of the borrowing for the next 30 years is 3/4 Medicare, 1/4 Social Security. And and you look at the comments that will be on the video of this, and people say, oh, that's not true. Get rid of Ukraine. Fine. Strip it. But you just got rid of 12 days, 14 days of borrowing. There's this lack of ability to do math here. But I'm glad everyone gets their feelings satiated. And you got to understand, this is the baseline we're at right now. The baseline. 30 years from now, half of all tax receipts go just to interest. And in Ways and Means, we call it tax receipts, tax revenues, whatever you want to call it. Half of it. And there's a model out there that if we're 2 points higher than the CBO model, in 30 years, it actually comes in closer to 25 years, all receipts, if we kept the same tax code, so all the things expire, all the tax reforms, we go back to the bad old days, and we have 2-point higher interest rates. So that's still lower than the previous 30-year mean. 2 points. Every dime of tax receipts in about 25, 28 years, every dime goes just to cover interest. There's no more government. We're nothing more than a bond house paying out interest. Does anyone here understand this? Doesn't this make anyone nervous? Am I the only idiot getting up here and trying to point out, saying this is going to fall off the cliff? Does anyone else care? This is the stuff that's real. But we're going to have a great conversation of virtue signaling probably over the next couple weeks. And the math is out there for everyone. Anyone that's watching, just go to OMB, CBO. I mean, some of the other groups that give a darn about the debt. It's all over the charts. You can get emails every single day talking about what's happening in the differentials. And we all ignore it because it's really, really uncomfortable to go home and stand in front of an audience of your voters and tell them the truth, because we've lied to them for so long. And you start to look at federal government has a spending problem. Now, this may not look like a lot, but you start to look at average tax receipts. And I have 2 or 3 slides that if you ever want to argue this, and I've done this with leftist groups trying to show when we raise taxes, when we lower taxes, we always get within a certain band of about 18 to 20% of tax receipts in as part of the size of the economy. There's just a sort of like law of physics in taxes. You raise taxes really high, the economy and growth slows down, you get 18 to 20% of GDP in taxes. You lower taxes, economy grows, you get about 18 to 20% in taxes to GDP. It's just about 100 years worth of data. Okay? You know, I mean, it is what it is. But what's happening is our spending. Okay, you see this huge spike there. That's COVID. We went to crazy town. It became an excuse to fund every dream, every group that ever, you were trying to buy to vote for you, fine. But then you go back to our baseline, and that baseline grows and grows and grows. You got to understand that spending here, in just about 10 years, the spending crosses about 25% of the entire economy. Yet our best model is we might be getting 18, 19% of the economy in taxes. That differential, year after year after year after year, buries us. And it's not falling revenues. Look at it. Our models actually, even in the long term, the best CBO data still has us hovering around 19% of the economy in tax receipts. And it's within the mean of functioning since the 1960s. So there were years here where we had very high marginal tax rates. Some years where we had very low marginal tax rates. And look at the band. But do you see, if I go way out, if I go out to 30 years, our spending hits 30% of the entire economy. 30% of the entire economy is spending. And every dime of this growth out here is demographics. It'll be the shortfall of Social Security and Medicare. Why is it so hard? That's not Republican or Democrat. We got gray. Look at my hair. And there are fixes. I've come here dozens of times. I've walked through innovative solutions that disrupt the price of health care, that disrupt the bureaucracy, that make us more efficient, that make us grow. And we ignore them because it turns out complex problems require complex solutions. And it's not one magic bullet. Oh, sorry, am I allowed to say bullet? But it's not one magic solution. It turns out you've got to do a dozen things, and you've got to do them all at once. And yes, you've got to fix immigration down to you got to legalize technology, to you got to change the way bureaucracies work. So bureaucracies start using these supercomputers to collect data instead of making you fill out paperwork. There are solutions out there. But damn it, this place needs to get rid of its 1990s solution and join this century. And I just bring this board just to knock down one of my leftist friends who always says, but you guys did tax reform and you cut receipts. We're taking in $1 trillion more a year today than we did the year after tax reform. It's spending $1 trillion more today. So that's like a 25% growth in receipts and revenues and tax receipts post-tax reform within functionally 4 years. Don't tell me it's the tax reform, because the tax reform grew the size of the economy. And do you remember what it did to the Social Security Trust Fund? It saved us for a couple of years because there were so many people working. And that growth, could you imagine if we hadn't had the tax reform when we hit the pandemic? Could you imagine if we hadn't had that healthy economy, what the numbers would have looked like? And I'm sorry, I know this is repetitive, but there's a reason saying it over and over and over, because I'm trying to break through to people who've never really thought about the truth of the math. Eliminating every dime of defense on the long term does nothing. Think about that. So here's defense. Defense is going to be sitting around 2.7% of GDP. And we're heading towards a time where just Social Security and the health care entitlements out here are over 15% of the size of the economy. So defense is under 3% of the size of the economy. Just Social Security and the health care entitlements are over 15. Does anyone see the issue? But yet, I will have my brothers and sisters on the left, it's defense, we need to cut it. Fine, it doesn't do anything. The scale of the dollars are so out of control, we gotta stop living in a fantasy world. I know it's good politics. I know it's good virtue signaling. You get your reporters and your constituents at home go, yay, that's true. None of them own a calculator. Or if they do, there's no batteries in it. And you've got to understand, entitlement programs, and I don't like it when you call these entitlement programs. Call them anything you want. Call them mandatory spending, calling them earned benefits. They are earned benefits, and it's a societal promise. I don't give a damn what you call them. It's still about the spending. You need to take a look at what's driving. Over here is the growth over those years. Defense, just Social Security, other mandatory, Medicare, all these, the growth in these mandatories here. How many members here are bold enough to tell the truth? Because when you tell the truth on this stuff, you get attacked ads, you get groups that raise money, lie about it, beat the crap out of you if you're a member of Congress. I can't talk about that, David. In that case, you can't actually talk about the debt and deficits. And Medicare, much of my life I've done healthcare finance. As a child, I was in my state legislature for a couple terms, and I was working on our Medicaid system. And even then, you'd have the experts come sit you down and say, you do realize how much trouble we're in. Well, here we are 30-some years later. Look at the curve. The curve. And this isn't that long from now. We're looking at numbers that are only functionally a decade from now. This drives all policies. If you're a member who says, I care about the environment, where are you going to get the money? I care about defense, where are you going to get the money? Health care is consuming everything. And look, I believe CBO in a couple of weeks is going to update these numbers, and they're going to look much uglier. We have some back-of-the-napkin math we've done with the Joint Economic Committee, but I used the last year's CBO number for this chart. So here's my point once again. Over the next decade, there's functionally $1 trillion of additional spending on Medicare. If you add in Medicare, Medicaid, it's one something. Take a look here. When you get out here, this is 1.1 trillion increase. That's 9 budget cycles from now. It's not 10 years, that's 9 budget cycles from now. So if I came to you, you saw the earlier chart, it said, okay, a decade from now, if the nominal interest rates stay where they're at, our interest cost is $1 trillion a year a decade from now. And now my additional spending on Medicare and Medicaid is an additional $1 trillion. Does anyone start to see where a structural deficit of $2 trillion a year is? Now, you promised your voters you're going to balance the budget. What you going to do? Just stop paying the interest on our debt? Okay. Stop paying Medicare? Stop paying Medicaid? Fine. How about Social Security? Because remember, 10 years from now, the trust fund's gone. Our brothers and sisters who are on Social Security that rely on it are going to take what? Around a 25% cut. We're going to let that happen? It's coming. The math is real. You can't pretend it away. And you start to look at some of the lunacy that we get from our friends on the left. Well, let's just tax more. Even 100% tax rate on small businesses and upper income families. You can't even come close. You can't. So take all their money and just assume that you live in some magic fantasy world where everyone keeps working. Where the small, just let's live in fantasy. This is what you get. My spending in 30 years my borrowing is about 12.4% of GDP. If I take every dime of someone who makes $500,000 or more, the next dollar, we just take it. You get about 5% of GDP. And that's pretending people would keep working. The math is the math, and we need to stop lying. And look, if you don't believe me, go look up CBO. Go to Brian Riddell, Manhattan Institute. He does a beautiful job of taking ONB data, CBO data, some of the others out there, and puts it on charts that it's absorbable. But he walks through all your solutions. What if we, repeal the tax cuts, and raise the taxes on low-income people? How about if you get rid of every tax idea that's out there? So all the Democrat solutions, you still fall incredibly short. You can get a fraction of what's required. And you go on some of the other solutions that have been offered. No easy pay-fors for Social Security, Medicare programs. Everything falls short. So I need more than 6% of GDP, and if I take almost every solution, I only pick up a fraction of that. The math is the math, and the math will win. And now here's the point where I'm going to make some of my own friends on my side a little cranky. I'm going to tell the truth. Many of the solutions we run around here and tout, we're going to balance in 7 years. We're going to balance in 10 years. Do you understand the fraud? We say, well, we're going to cut Medicare, okay? We're going to shift it to the individual. We're going to do this. We're going to take Medicaid, and we're just going to cut our spending because we handed it back to the states. They're shell gaming the math. They're not willing to actually tell the system, we're going to legalize technology. The thing you can blow, this exists today, the thing that looks like a large kazoo, you can blow into it. It tells you have a virus, bangs off your phone to know you're not allergic to a certain antiviral, and orders your antivirals. Allowing that algorithm, that technology, to write a prescription. You can't do that. Why? You know anyone with a diabetic pump? All day long, that algorithm is prescribing to them. We got to get this out, because if you can't have that type of technology disruption, my other is a much grander theory. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are over half of our healthcare spending. We are on the time of miracles where we're seeing cures. We, as a body, need to basically do an Operation Warp Speed as a way to save ourselves from our own crushing debt. Bring those cures. If it's true that a San Diego company, which has just gotten bought up, was working with CRISPR, has now cured about a half a dozen people of type 1 diabetes. And we're trying to bring out one of their researchers to come talk to us in February. If it's true, if there's just the slightest opening of a door, that there's a path there. Now, I know that's type 1. I know type 2 is often, we have our health issues, what we do in our farm bill here, the fact that so much of our society has become almost self-destructive with obesity. And yes, I may have just hurt your feelings, but damn it, when government has to pay 70% of all healthcare costs, we actually as a society should care. When I represent the population with probably the second highest per capita diabetes in the world, one of my tribal communities in Arizona, when I meet people who are blind on that community, who have lost parts of their feet, is that compassion? So what would happen if we could marry up legalizing the technology that will make your life easier and more convenient and make you healthier? And yes, it does mean you don't walk into the urgent care center because you have a breath biopsy in your home medicine cabinet. Legalize the technology, and then we push as hard as we can that if we're in the age of miracles, cure, 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 because that's more moral and compassionate. And damn it, it has an amazing effect on U.S. debt. Remember how many times I showed you? 31% of all Medicare spending is related to diabetes. What would happen if you could cut half of that? And yes, it's lifestyle. Yes, it's what people eat. Yes, it's exercise. Yes, it's those things. But at some point also, what would happen if we can get people, give them back islet cells that produce insulin again? We found a way to cure hep C. Remember when we were getting this body, when I first got here, was getting ready to try to figure out to have hundreds of thousands of people get liver transplants. And it was going to bankrupt Medicaid systems all over the country. And then someone came up with a hep C cure. And it was really expensive. And we bitched about the cost of it, except for the fact it cured them. And like 7 months later, there was a second drug that crashed the price. Was that moral? Of course it was. Was it really good economics? Was it just compassion? Yes. I need this to become part of our lexicon, that the solution is disruption through technology, optionality, but it's also the morality of we need to push those cures out because it's really good economics. Instead of giving lists of things of, here's how we're going to cut the debt and deficit, we're just going to shift it to someone else to spend. Is this body, and particularly to the freshmen and the freshman staff that I've been trying to talk to with this speech, this will be the most important stuff you deal with in your time here. It's not the shiny object that may get you on Fox News tonight. It's not the shiny object that gets you applauded when you go into your town hall meeting. Oh, he did this. This stuff is hard. It's complicated. You are going to be lobbied like a war. They're going to spend money in your district beating the crap out of you because you're taking away their money. It also saves this country and gives my little Matthew, who's 6 months old, a future. And that's the morality. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023.
Actually, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Without objection, so ordered. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I appreciate, Speaker. Appreciate the comments from the gentleman from Arizona, as he so often does in outlining the extent to which we have significant fiscal challenges that can be met with the kinds of reforms that we don't often talk about. The need to reform healthcare policies, healthcare decisions, things that get well beyond the rhetoric of balancing budgets. And on that, he and I agree enormously. And I look forward to engaging with him on the floor of the House and in other places on that topic again. But I do want to say one thing that is true about what the gentleman from Arizona was talking about with respect to addressing mandatory spending, reforming so-called entitlements with respect to Social Security and Medicare, and otherwise reforming those complex areas of our government, that if you can't tackle discretionary spending, you're not going to tackle mandatory spending. And importantly, and this is the critical part, you got to have the political willpower to address these things. And that's actually why I came to the floor this evening. America was drawn in to an engaging debate among the members of Congress that represent them in the People's House last week. C-SPAN, not constricted by the rules of the House, was able to have cameras zeroing in on the members of this body as we were debating last week. And people were drawn into the conversations, the people on both sides of the aisle, and the drama of the debates, and how we would choose the Speaker of the House, and then whether we would pass the rules package. But here I am on January 11th, 2023, in the new Republican majority, and I am alone in the chamber again with the Speaker. That's a requirement, by the way. There has to be a Speaker and then a member on the floor. But I'm alone again. Now, we passed some bills today, but what are we going to do as a body to make good on the reforms we passed last week and actually extend on them and build on them? I would ask my colleagues why we don't have full debate right now on a number of the important issues of the day. Why we don't have full debate tomorrow, next week, the following week, on the crucial issues of our day. Today I called a colleague on the other side of the aisle to inquire as to which members of the minority party would be willing to sit down with me and anybody else to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficit spending that is plaguing our country. And my colleague on the other side of the aisle engaged in a conversation about what that would take. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know the answer. And what I would say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is, come on down. Where are you? Are you going to simply take pot shots at any effort by members of my side of the aisle, the majority now, who dare to raise questions about how we might tackle $32 trillion of debt, $1 trillion plus deficits every year, tackle the question of interest rates going up, causing our interest payments to go up every year. Every 50 basis points, every half of a percentage point that goes up has about $100 billion a year in additional interest expense. I think in the next year, interest is going to eclipse our national defense spending. Now, where are all my defense hawks? All my Republican colleagues who like to stand up and say, we got to fund our men and women in uniform. We got to buy more planes, more bombers. We got to have more guns. We got to make sure that we have the strongest defense in the world. Great. I agree. Peace through strength, sparingly used, non-woke, trained to kill people and blow things up. That's what I want our military to be and to do. And I want it to continue to be the best in the world. But we're not going to be able to do that if we're spending more on interest of the debt than we are on our own national defense. And as the gentleman from Arizona rightly is pointing out about the state of our, quote, mandatory spending and, quote, entitlements, we're not going to be able to maintain this country and have a strong national defense and ensure a peaceful world for our children and our grandchildren. Those are just the facts. We used to have a lot of political back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. We would accuse our colleagues on the other side of the aisle of being tax and spend Democrats. Well, they were tax and spend Democrats. But then something changed along the way, and we stopped debating tax policy for the most part. And now everybody in this chamber, for the most part, are spend and spend members of Congress. Spend and spend members of a uniparty. And look, I'm all on board with the enthusiasm and the unity and the energy coming out of last week that we're going to transform this institution. I believe it. I believe by offering amendments in the appropriations process on the floor of this body will be better. I believe that by having 72 hours to read bills and not waiving that rule, that we actually do it, that will be better. I believe that by having single subject bills, without them being multi-subject and complicated in thousands of pages, that will be better. I believe that by requiring amendments to be germane, that is actually related to the underlying purpose of the underlying bill, that will be better. Those are all things that will make us better. But they will only make us better if we're all united in the purpose of what we're trying to do. I know I've got very strong disagreements with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I have significant disagreements with a lot of my friends on my side of the aisle. But you'll never solve those disagreements if you never sit it down at the table and work. The only way to work is to put some sort of constraint on our spending. So with all due respect to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, with whom I agree about mandatory spending and about having to solve those problems in the long term, discretionary spending matters. Discretionary spending matters because it charts the priorities of a Congress that represents the American people. We have to make the tough choices on discretionary spending. And oh, by the way, that they are only 20 or 25% of the overall spending does not mean that they're not insignificant. If we do not balance our budget right now and chart a course to balance that budget over the next 10 years, we will spend an additional $10 trillion over the next 10 years that we don't have. But what will happen is, and here's what's going to happen. This is important for the American people to understand. We reached an agreement as a party last week to ensure that we return to 22 levels of spending. That is a top line level of $1.471 trillion. That we operate with that cap in spending. That says nothing about what the levels are for defense or non-defense discretionary, just that we would cap at 22 levels of spending. But here's what will happen. We'll have a debate about that. We'll pass some appropriations bills. If we do our job as Republicans, we'll pass good, solid bills for this year's spending that stick within those caps, that stay under the 22 levels of spending. We'll send them to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer will say, with all sorts of wailing and gnashing of teeth, that we are taking food out of the mouths of orphans and babies, and that we're undermining the ability of people to survive and live and taking away their medicine, and we're killing people and doing all sorts of horrible things. And as a result, it'll be September, and we won't have an agreement, and then there'll be some brinkmanship and a bunch of politics and a bunch of messaging and speeches, and then there'll be a continuing resolution that fund government at the current levels that were passed in December under that $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that was passed on December 23rd using Christmas as a backstop. That's almost certainly what's going to happen if we don't stop it. There are two ways to stop it. Democrats and Republicans sit down and work honestly around a table to stop it, or brinkmanship, forcing the question by bringing it to the brink. Those are the two possible ways that you try to stop what I just described from occurring. This is the reality of what we've got to change in this body. What else is going to happen? Come summer, sometime undetermined, usually chosen by the executive branch as the maximum moment to be able to extract some sort of pain on the body, we will be told that the debt limit is going to be reached. That might be May or June or July or August. And then we'll be told you must raise the debt ceiling. And if any of us say, wait a minute, why are we going to raise the debt ceiling if we don't stop doing the things that's causing us to accumulate more debt? If any of us dare to say that, what will happen? Oh my, and it's already happening. The Wall Street Journal and all of the bond traders and stock traders on Wall Street, all of the investment bankers, all of the brilliant economists, all of the opposing political party will all say, don't default on the debt. You can't default on the debt. So don't you dare demand that we actually change the things we are doing that are causing the debt, because we might default on the debt. So let's keep spending money we don't have, keep accumulating more debt, increasing our interest payments, making it more difficult to service that debt, while we undermine our own fiscal accountability, our own bond ratings in the future. But no, don't you dare, Congressman Roy, say that you might use the debt ceiling as leverage to extract fiscal reforms to stop the insanity. Well, let me just be clear. I think it is critical that we change the way we're doing business, and I intend to use the debt ceiling to ensure that we get fiscal and structural reforms. And I'm not going to bow down just because a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and a few pundits on TV write nasty editorials, and some of my donors, some of the people out there in the world and activists text you and go, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You're going to risk default on the debt. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because it's my job not to back down when people are afraid of what we're supposed to do here. What we're supposed to do is bring things to a decision in this body responsibly. All last week while we were debating the speaker, a whole bunch of my friends, supporters, financial supporters, were blowing up my phone with text messages. A whole lot of them were saying, attaboy, stand up, fight for the American people, change the institution. Let us actually try to make this place work rather than continuing down this road of destruction. But a whole bunch of them were also texting me saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're not going to have a Republican speaker. What are you doing? You're going to undermine us. We're going to get a Democrat speaker. You guys look like clowns. What are you doing? You look ridiculous. You're making the Republican Party look ridiculous, Chip. Stop doing it. Come Friday, after 15 votes, we come to a conclusion. Nobody died. Nothing went crazy. We got a Speaker of the House. We got some agreements among all of us about how the body should proceed. about ensuring we open it up, have transparency, offer more amendments, get greater ideological diversity among the committees. Let's have a real debate on these things. Get a really strong committee on the Judiciary Committee, a church-style committee to look at how government's acting. That's what we got by standing up and fighting and ignoring all of the hand-wringers who can't stand the heat. Or stated differently, all of the hand-wringers out there in the Chamber of Commerce crowd and the donor class who basically want us to do their bidding so they can get richer. That's the truth. Don't default on the debt. That might hurt my financial bottom line, Chip. Don't you dare rattle and have debates on the House floor that might rock the boat, because my boat's pretty good, Chip. I'm doing quite well. Well, there's a whole hell of a lot of people in this country who are not doing well. And I'm not here to represent the donor class. I'm not here to represent the talking heads. I'm here to represent every hardworking American across this country, and particularly in my district, who are sick of the direction of this country. So I am glad that we had the debate we had last week. I am glad that we captivated the American people's attention. I'm glad that C-SPAN was free to show the conversation in the debates. I'm glad that we did something we hadn't done in 100 years, because it's the two-party system entrenched that has broken down the ability of members of this body to actually be members. That's actually our job. Putting politics and partisan politics aside, it's our job as individual members of this body to come here and do our job. It's not our job, for example, to get on a committee and say and do whatever the chairman of the committee says, which, by the way, is one of the things that happens in this town. Our job is to get on the committee and work, debate, put good bills on the floor, amend those bills, debate those bills, pass some of those bills. It's also not a race to introduce bills. It's not a race to pass bills. What would be wrong if we only passed about 30 bills this whole Congress? Would that be a bad thing? What if we only passed the 12 appropriations bills, did our job, sent them to the Senate, passed a handful of bills that would actually make our country better, and then just sat back and worked a little bit and talked a little bit, rather than running down to the desk to file another bill, to introduce another statement, to do another press conference, to then run around and say, oh, we got to pass a messaging bill. Oh, this is such and such week. This is the week for police officers, or this is the week for breast cancer awareness, or this is the week for whatever somebody in the Hallmark industry decided the week is for. Oh, well, we got to pass a bill. Why? You think we lack laws? You think we lack regulations? You think we need to spend more money that we don't have? Why don't we just stop? Pause. My message to my Republican colleagues is the best thing we can do for our country is stop doing all the things that this body has been doing for as long as I can remember. So whatever this body has been doing, let's do the opposite. How about that? How about we actually have this chamber full like it was last week? Why don't we have hundreds of people on the floor and debate issues in front of each other? Why don't we pick a day like Tuesday and call that debate day? And we have 50 members from one side and 50 members from the other side. Let's debate Ukraine in full view of the American people. Maybe the next week we can debate spending restraint. How are we going to tackle spending? I'd like to listen to my colleagues tell me, how do you plan on tackling spending? Because right now, my basic understanding of how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would tackle spending is tax people or keep spending money or both. My view on this side of the aisle is we don't want to tax people, but we want to keep spending money in the name of defense. Anybody want to come challenge me on that assertion? Happy to debate them. Either side of the aisle, come on down, let's debate it. I don't think anybody will take that debate on because they know I'm right. Why don't we change that? Where are my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when it comes to spending? I'd like to know. I think the American people deserve to know. Do you believe in modern monetary theory? Just keep spending money and it doesn't matter? I don't. I think that's foolish. I think it's reckless. I think it undermines our dollar. I think it undermines our financial stability. More importantly, I think it makes it impossible for us to make good decisions about how to make policy and execute policy. How can you make a tough decision about whether or not you need to buy a bomber, or whether or not you need to fund a particular grant program, or fund a particular entitlement that is way oversubscribed and out of money? How can you make a decision about that if the answer is just keep printing money? I mean, that's my question. And I just would suggest there's no more important question for us to answer. Because if we don't, then we're never going to come to agreement on the policies. Ever. If I go home and I talk to my wife and I say, look, we're going to cap our spending at our 2022 levels of spending, then we've got to make choices. We got to decide, well, are we going to just not make our mortgage payment? No, we got to do that. Are we going to not feed our kids? Well, no, we got to feed our kids. Are we going to have electricity and heat? Well, we'd like to have that. Then comes the discretionary questions. Do you take a vacation? Do you get a new car rather than patching together your 15-year-old car? Do you send your kids to a certain school? Do you save a certain amount of money for college? Maybe you forego college because you look at college and go, why am I going to spend $300,000 to send them to a college that are going to teach my kids that America's evil? I'll save that for another rant. But that's my point. We have to do that as families. But this body never does it. Ever. We pretend to do it. We pretend to do it. The point of the agreement reached last week was to open this body up, empower rank and file, but also importantly, establish some parameters for how we fund the federal government. And those parameters should be that we set limits. And if you set limits, now you have to sit down and figure it out. But here's the problem. I don't believe that Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats want to sit down at the table and figure out how to limit spending. I don't believe that the President of the United States or his current Director of the Office of Management and Budget or any of his team wants to sit down at the table with us and figure out how to limit spending. But I've not even heard him come down and say, well, fine, you're right, Chip. We're spending more money than we have, and we're racking up more debt, so we believe we need to increase taxes. Okay, well, come make your offer. We'll raise taxes. Okay, show me how raising those taxes is going to eliminate the deficit. He whispers, it's not. Show me how raising those taxes is not going to undermine economic growth, make it more difficult for American people to get jobs, undermine the prosperity of the American people. Show me that, come demonstrate that. He whispers, that's not really that easy to do. But our job is to responsibly represent the American people. It's not to govern. We often use that word. That's crazy. We don't govern. We represent. And our job is to represent our constituents, and I don't know any constituents, frankly, even my most left-leaning constituents, to be honest, I don't know any constituents who are saying, oh yeah, please go up there and spend more money we don't have. I would just suggest that According to the CBO, we're going to see another $15.7 trillion in deficits over the next 10 years. That's the truth. The truth is that in fiscal year 2022, we collected a record $4.9 trillion in taxes, nearly $1 trillion more than the previous year. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. We have an overpromise problem. Had a reporter come up to me in the hallway a minute ago and said, Mr. Roy, is there any circumstances in which you're going to support providing more aid to Ukraine? How on earth are we having that conversation on January 11th after on December 23rd we just added another $45 billion for Ukraine? And the reporter responded and said, well, but they say that it's really important to get more money to beat Russia. Oh, really? Well, what do our experts say? And what is our responsibility to pay for that? Or do we just write a check anytime a world leader comes and says, but it's really important for my people that you write me a check? I know. I want someone to write me a check. Minus all the ethics stuff, don't go write all that. Look, the truth is, my colleague from Arizona, my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is 100% correct that mandatory spending, Social Security, Medicare, all of the related expenditures that go along with that are driving the vast majority of the debt that we're accumulating every year. That is correct. But if you're not willing to take on discretionary spending, how are you going to take on Social Security, Medicare, and reforming those to work when the first ad that's going to be run is going to be pushing Granny off the cliff, if you dare even have a conversation about the issue? Will any colleague, I will make an invitation to any colleague in the chamber, but particularly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, come down here and talk about Social Security and Medicare and all of our mandatory spending. But I'll issue the same request that my colleagues on this side of the aisle acknowledge that you cannot hide behind Social Security, Medicare, and mandatory spending to say that we shouldn't limit discretionary spending, defense spending, because, oh, that's an insignificant part of the budget. It is significant. And it is significant not just because of the trillions of dollars of debt that those spending accounts for defense and education and Department of Justice and Commerce and every other agency and Homeland Security. It's not just because we're spending too much money there and it's adding up to deficits and debts. It's because we're funding the very agencies that are undermining us. We're funding the bureaucrats that are undermining the current individual in America that's out there as an entrepreneur trying to get a job started. It's undermining my friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County because we label him a domestic terrorist because the FBI was brought in along with the National School Board Association. They all coordinated and said, okay, let's label them a domestic terrorist. We're funding a Department of Homeland Security that wants to continue to create or execute policies that invite more people to come to our border, endangering them and us. The reason you care about discretionary spending is because it funds the policies of government, of the bureaucracy, of the administrative state that undermines our well-being, undermines our prosperity. We have the opportunity now, right now, as Republicans, to lead the House of Representatives forward to change. We should, in fact, change. Last week was a monumental step forward to changing this institution, to opening it up, to allowing rank-and-file members to have a say, to putting more diversity on our committees, to having more debate in committees, coming down to the floor, and fighting for the people that we represent. But all of that will be for naught if we don't embrace wholeheartedly the mission, the hard mission of limiting the spending that is destroying our country and demanding that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle come sit down at the table so that we can actually do our jobs for the people we represent. And then finally, sending a message to the United States Senate, to the Democrat-led United States Senate, to the Democrat President of the United States at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, that it is not enough to give speeches, it's not enough to oppose what we produce out of the people's house. The American people spoke in November. They want us to be responsible. They want us to limit spending. They want us to secure the United States. They want us to have a secure and sovereign border. They want us to get out of their business. They want us to stop being at each other's throats. And if you want to do that, then embrace fiscal responsibility and stop spending money you don't have to fund the bureaucrats that are undermining our liberties. Stand up in defense of liberties, civil liberties, and the freedoms of the American people by calling out the bureaucrats in our committees and exposing it through oversight. Stand up for a strong military that is non-woke, that is sparingly used but ready to go fight when needed. Secure the border of the United States with the policies that are necessary to do so, and embrace radical federalism where we return powers to the states so we can agree to disagree and stop being at each other's throats. If you want to do those things, then there's one key thing you got to do. You got to fight the swamp. You got to take on the bureaucracy. You got to take on the powers that be. That started last week. We've got some of the tools that we need, but that battle is just beginning. And we're going to take this town on for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is now on a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.